Okay, guys, we are live. So for those listening at home, welcome to the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel. My name is Kevin Madison, and I will be your friendly Dungeon Master this evening. Tonight, we are continuing on with our ongoing campaign playing Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd Edition. And we are playing through a version of the classic Night Below campaign written by Carl Sargent. And with me tonight are the stars of the Night Below campaign. I'll go the order I've got you guys in the screen here. First up is Steve-O.
Yo! I am playing Rilligo, the half-elf bard. Wandering minstrel.
Nice. And next up is Dave.
Hey everybody, I'm Dave, at David J. Forte or at DJF Poet on Instagram, and I am playing Druin, the Silverbeard Allegor, specialty priest, fighter, conqueror, killer of dwarves. I don't have as many names as my god, but
Wait, you killed dwarves?
Killer of orcs, yes. And only dwarves by accident.
Nice. And next up is Arlen.
Hi, I'm Arlen. I'm playing Bergour, the dwarf fighter, who has even less titles than Druin, but...
Awesome. And last but not least is John.
Hey everybody, I'm John. I'm playing Dorman Kettleborn, who does have many titles, but I'll spell you the gnomish prattling on. I'm a militant wizard smuggler and master of shenanigans.
Nice. So, where we last left our heroes was in the Baron of Mutton, the tavern that's located in the town of Milbourne. What happened last session, guys? That led us up to returning to Milbourne.
Goblins is...
There was a goblin attack. We were taking our boat down the Churnet, or up the Churnet. I don't remember which.
Down the Churnet.
Down the Churnet.
Yep.
And had camped for the night and were attacked by 4 goblins who were kind of on lean time. So we dispatched them pretty quickly. And then we decided to head back to Milbourne to let everybody know, or let Gerald know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not everybody, but let Gerald know that there were some goblins, and then also to contact the lady in white, or whatever the
Serene.
The ranger ally is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did he ever give you her name?
Yes, he did. Serene.
Yes. Serene.
Serene.
Yeah.
It's in the party mission log.
Okay.
Oh, good.
And where I think we left off was you guys had... Dorman is still coming back from the store where he dealt with the proprietor, who is Rastifer, right? The terrible breath, the halitosis, what do you call it? Haberdasher, I guess. And the rest of the party had returned to the Baron of Mutton. You met with Andern and his twin brother, who were these guys here. Andren, of course, is the sweetie, or the, paramour for Jarella, the wizard who went missing from the Baron shortly before, I guess, the night before you guys arrived. You also met with Gerald as well, too. Gerald was the ranger, and you guys had informed him about the developments in the Thornwood and the attack along the Churnet. And you went in search of Old Grizzler. It's right here, guys. And when you came in, what you found was that Old Grizzler already had someone who was sponsoring his, his beverages for the evening, and that was some members of a adventuring company known as the Inglorious Bastards. And the three, I should say, who were sitting with him when we last left our heroes was Jorbeck Caskhammer, who was a dwarven warrior of some kind. Geardan Highcrag, Blood of Dorak, who was a dwarven cleric of Moradin. And there was a human, Vardra, the Devout, who was a female human cleric of St. Cuthbert. All right, also known as St. Cuthbert of the Cudgel. And that's where I think you guys had come over and decided to share drinks with him, Bergour and Druin. And where did we last leave things?
Druin had rolled a fabulous roll when he was trying to use some etiquette to make up for his grumpiness earlier.
Right, and you either spilled something on the other
I think he
priest.
leaned forward to shake the dwarf's hand and grabbed his beard.
Yes, yeah. Well done.
It was that
So
poor.
we last with Old Grizzler, and it seems you guys had come here to ask him questions about what?
About the maker's mark that's on these silvered longswords and on the shield.
Right. And what he had said, apparently he had been asked by, or at least directed by Jorbeck to talk about something different, and you were about to find out what it was he was going to talk about.
Yep.
And I think that what we will open the scene with is with Old Grizzler about to go on, and that's when Jorbeck sort of interrupts him very abruptly and says, "Well, perhaps we should save this for another time then. This, I don't want to be rude to think that we need you to speak about only the narrow things of which we were interested. Surely these good dwarves have something else they want to speak to ye about. We'll enjoy the drinks, Old Grizzler, and we'll come back." And he kind of gets up and he nods towards you guys, and then the Girdan and Vardra get up as well too. The three of them then sort of go on their way, and Old Grizzler says, seems kind of perplexed as to what's going on. Oh, but then he remembers that he's got a drink from you guys in front of him, and he says, "Oh, well, you don't trade in one group for another. Cheers to you, Bergour." And he downs his drink, or at least puts a good dent in it. "Where were you then? Last I saw you were headed to Thermaster, right?"
We were, and we completed that stage of our journey and are back.
Back so soon then? Well, what are you heading on elsewhere then, or are you sticking around for a while?
Well, that may depend a little bit upon if you can help us with a question that we have.
Hey, the
Drew,
man
why
who
don't you
buys
show him the shield?
the man who buys the drinks asks the questions. What's your
Provided we weren't
questions?
interrupting too much. And what were they looking for that they rushed off so soon?
Oh, they had questions about the Great Rock Dale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Slings the shield off. Hope it wasn't important questions. We didn't try to interrupt her.
Oh,
We're trying to be rude.
Curious about the that sort. They're always looking for looking in the bones of the past to try and find riches. The Great Rock Dale's got the storied history behind it, but there's much in this region that does. There's have I told you about this? The necromancer of Hardlow Woods. You've heard about the wargs and the other nasty things that lurk there, but did you know about the glade?
Necromancer?
Oh, aye. Before my time. Before this was, and he kind of gestures around as if saying, like, you know, the tavern, but you take it that he maybe means the town itself. The Gleaming Glade. Aye. Way back when, before this was before I was ever here, before I was even a curl in my father's beard. We were here, the Palfreys, the ones who keep Palfrey's Keep out to the east. One of his ancestors, they stood up to that. It was 200 years before Milborn, before Thermaster, before humans really set their sights on this land. There was something that set itself up in that region. And it said, was a devotee of the spreading darkness. Of he who keeps the graves. The Dark One. Oh.
Yeah, which woods was that?
That's the Hardlow Woods. You know of those, don't you?
I'm sure we do.
Mm-hmm. Up next to the Great Rock Dale.
If we go to the... Aye, that's right. Say, Bergour, I knew you'd been here before. So up in the Hardlow Woods, 200 years ago. To the north, there's a path of trade near where Eastdale is. And through that, they called it the Gauntlet on account of the difficulty and the challenges and dangers that go through there. But when that shadow came to the woods, the bringer of darkness, the reaper of flesh, there was a devotee of Nerul. And you guys all know that Nerul is basically a malevolent god of death. It's the kind of, they worship in perfect blackness. They see that every death and murder and whatnot expands their god's portfolio in his domain. It is a very illegal faith in all of the Flanaes. He came here 200 years ago, before me, but Count Lothar Parfrey, he was a paladin. A paladin of... one second here, guys. For those listening at home, forgive me, my Greyhawk expertise is a little rusty because it's been 25 years since I've run stuff in Greyhawk. And there's a specific god I have in mind here. He was... a paladin of Foltus. Foltus being, and you guys would know this, Foltus being the god of light, resolution, law, order, inflexibility, the sun and the moon.
Inflexibility.
Yes.
He was a stick in the mud.
Little bit. It was Palfrey and his fellow companions. They took up arms against the devotee of the bringer of dark. And several of Palfrey's fellows were lost, and the dying priest's curse left a mark on that region of the woods. And that gleaming glade carries that curse, or so they say, to this day. But when that curse was laid, it also meant that none of the treasures and none of the relics that the priest of darkness held in his chapel, and none of those from the fallen companions, none of those could be brought back home. And in that gleaming glade, in that cursed place, riches lie, as do the unquiet spirits of those who had tried unsuccessfully to recover that. Hey, but I suppose if it was easy for the taking, anyone would do it, eh? That also likely means why they're so curious about the Great Rock Dale and about the rumors from there, eh? Ha! Easier pickings, though I don't know how hundreds, if not thousands, of humanoids, orcs, goblins, hobgoblins, lizard men, how that might be easier. But
hey, Bergour, did we think those goblins that we bumped into were from the Dale?
That was the theory.
That was the direction they had come, apparently. It was
you encountered
northeast.
goblins from the Dale too.
Yeah, couple
Where?
day and a bit
Do you think-
east of here up the river.
Wait, on the river?
Right on the river. Scrawny little things came to try to steal our bags.
That's not good. That's a very good sign for the region if goblins are so bold as to travel that far from the Great
So
Red
desperate.
Dale. Well, it's no, from what I hear, the Rangers, that one that lives down the river, his name, Canton? Carl? Whatever his
Kuiper?
name.
Kuiper?
Oh, that sounds right, yeah. He seems to be the one working with Geralt. They seem to be organising the defence 7 years ago. You'd think that once those buggers had that thrashing, they'd know better than to come out of their holes again. Oi, what is happening? People going missing, goblins lurking around. What more now? Next you'll tell me there's orcs in the Thornwood.
Ha! We wouldn't tell you that unless we fought some. And we did, but that's another story.
What? Orcs in the Thornwood too?
Yeah, Grummish's not so finest.
Good. I say, the gods are not shining their favour on this region no longer.
Bergour took a couple down. Pats him on the back.
Did ya? Aye. Well, as they say, there's only one good thing. Only one good kind of orc. That's the
Dead
still kind. Aye? So he kind of looks over and he says, "Drinks for these, the orc slayers!" And he
Orc Slayers!
drowns his beer and says, "Oh, did you hear then too? There's another tomorrow. Are you staying tomorrow? Or are you off to elsewhere?"
Well, are we in a hurry?
We aren't exactly in a hurry.
Well, tomorrow there'll be an auction. There's yet another family from out west. The Newmeyer spreads even further and has claimed yet another family. Tomorrow their lands are being auctioned off, though who wants a sudden farm? If you're in the market and willing to get your boots wet, you can have some fairly what once was prime farmland for a song.
But what if we don't have a bard?
If you don't have a what?
Oh, we have a minstrel. Never mind. We do have a song.
Oh, I
The half
see.
elf will be happy to sing for you anytime.
What are those two?
Can't vouch for the quality of the singing, but
So we'll say Dorman walks in the door now. And Rilgo, have you come to join the guys now that there's empty seats here? Or are
Absolutely.
You... Yeah, okay, so you come over and have a seat. Dorman, when you walk in, maybe you see Rilgo. Rilgo kind of waves and nods towards the table where you can see Druin and Bergour have taken a seat with Old Grizzler.
Nice.
So you guys all have a seat down, and there's drinks that are brought over to you. And again, it's one of the twins, and you're not quite sure. Well, I guess you can take it from the... You can tell the twins apart right now, having met them recently. The one looks like distraught and has that 1,000-yard stare all the time. The other one is trying to actually engage with the customers and stuff like that. You saw that it's actually Bartholomew who comes over and he just says to Old Grizzler, "All right, take it easy on these old guy. I know the others have been plying you all afternoon." And Old Grizzler says, "It'll take more than an day of drinking to knock me on my butt." And his chair almost goes back, and he leans forward, and Bartholomew kind of, smiles, and he looks down at you, Bergour, and he says, "Yes, I'm not sure what you have, what you've got planned, but we have a guest who's been looking to hire on muscle to help them upriver."
An introduction to this guest would be welcome.
Certainly.
For our part.
I haven't seen him yet this afternoon, though I expect he's dealing perhaps with Rastifer. But when he comes in, I will point him out to you. His name's Vasily, and he comes from further west in the elsewhere in the yeomanry. So he leaves you guys, and now you guys are just sitting with old Grizzler again, who starts, drinking down things. Orcs and goblins, strange creatures flying over the hills to the west. The mire seeking to consume all that lives. Soon we'll have nothing but the lurchwood, and the road will be consumed by that mire.
What was that about the farm? Is that like a problem that someone has to fix, or is that just for sale?
Oh, the mire itself has been expanding at an unnatural rate. The mire itself has been... One second here. So I was trying to remember how long it's been. The layout for the adventure, I know I've read it, but I don't want to say the wrong thing. The layout for the adventure in terms of like pertinent information is not always awesome. But it's I guess a product of its time. So what I recall, it's really just been a matter of a short period where it's suddenly been spreading out. Let's see here.
Druin kind of wants to start a bar fight so that he can cast Silverbeard, so that he can fight with a Silverbeard, but also doesn't want to get in trouble. So
that's perfectly respectable.
He's trying to show some restraint right now, but he's also kind of like, what if I just socked the gnome and then cast a spell, and then we started fighting just kind of lightly?
Do you want everybody to be stunned and blinded for 3 rounds? Because that'll happen. Don't spill my pickled eels. I paid a lot for these.
You could goad him into a drinking contest and use drunkenness as an excuse.
I like how you're thinking. Good idea.
Okay.
Well, Bergour can probably drink us all under the table with his constitution.
Oh, is it good? He's got a good constitution, that fella?
I think it's unmatched in the bar. Stormy comes close, though.
He's a dwarf. Of course it's unmatched in the bar. The only 2 people here that could stick up to or keep up with him are probably myself and Grizzler.
I can drink twice my weight in alcohol.
Well, you only weighed 1 pint, so that's not much.
I'll show you 1 pint. I order a round. Come on.
It's about time you dished out.
So 2 years. So I finally found it. 2 years. 2 years it's been expanding. A year ago, though, the all the land to the headwaters, or around the region of the of Cutter Brook, suddenly grew much moister and more boggy. And then this past year, land that has been arable and fertile for years is now completely consumed by this spreading mire. There's no explanation for it. Quite unnatural.
It's almost like the powers that be are trying to turn this into a barrow of some kind, of barrow moor or something.
A moor, that's a catchy name. So then what, do you guys have anything else? He's going to keep rambling about stuff all night, because that's just kind of...
Well, I was going to try to ask him a little bit about ruins in the Great Rock Dale, since we got a little bit of information last time.
Ruins in the Great Rock Dale, oh, you! And he kind of looks over at Jorbeck and Girdan and Vardra, who are sitting kind of, elsewhere in the tavern. And, Old Grizzler has... 2 volumes. He has loud and he has drunken louder, and he's currently got the knob set to number 2. So he says, "Oh, hey, I'll tell you about the Great Rock Dale. I mean, you know what's that's just rife with hobgoblins and goblins and orcs and bugbears and all these horrible things. It's even said that there's giants who lurk deep in the depths of that, way down in the hidden ruins. I'm not sure it's been explored extensively by any civilized people for hundreds of years. Certainly before this time. 100-foot cliffs to get down into it. Dangerous collapsing tunnels around. No minerals of value to be said there, but I tell you, when I was a wee dwarf, and my beard was only so long, I did have someone come by. He was a wizard, and he seemed to think. He was a student of history, and in particular those things lost to time. And what he said was that back in the mists of history, there was a race of men known as the Sul. And those Sul, they had powerful kingdoms, sorceress kinds, that spread all across here. What he seemed to think was that the Great Rock Dale was not a natural formation. It was the result of a cataclysm. And he seemed to think that it had something to do with that lost empire, though lost 10,000 years in the past, so who knows what would remain at this point, aye? It's not like it was built by dwarves. Ha!
It wouldn't have collapsed then.
Agreed. Though the sages say that the whole Bright Desert was the result of that catastrophic magic. You know, I've never set eyes upon it myself. But the Bright Desert, not the Bright Desert, the Sea of Dust. The Bright Desert is said to be, oh, actually, no, that's a closer one. The Bright Desert is actually, in canon, is said to be the result of a magical or arcane cataclysm of some kind.
Wasn't the Sea of Dust?
The Sea of Dust was as well, aye. Though the Bright Desert, you are here. Well, I suppose the Sea of Dust is Sea of Dust is geographically closer, but the Bright Desert would be more accessible. Because crossing the Crystal Mist Mountains or the Hell Furnaces is effectively suicide.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. So, you guys are right here.
We just have to cross the Pro March to get there.
Yeah.
That's not that hard.
What he said was that's what was in the Great Rock Dale too, was some smaller, less catastrophic version of that. Though, myself, I've never seen anything like that, nor have I ever heard any other one say that. But, you know, they say when wizards speak, the old clever ones listen for opportunity.
Well, the Orc Slayers never turned down an opportunity.
Oh, aye. If you seek to pursue that opportunity, you'll find more than just one orc down there, though. Your enthusiasm is quite impressive. Though I'd suggest you find some to wield steel to match your enthusiasm too, lest you want to add to the bones that are said to litter the Great Rock Dale. Or so they say. That region, why anyone would travel there, I don't know. Between the Gleaming Glade, the wargs of the Hardlow Woods, and those beasts in the Great Rock Dale. Whew. Better to make your earnings as escorting barges, eh?
Druin takes the shield off his back and hands it to Bergour.
The steel one?
Shield?
What you gonna ask about this?
Oh yeah, we were gonna ask old Grizzler if you wouldn't mind this mark on the shield.
The mark. Oh. Wow. Where did you find this then?
In the Thornwood.
In the Thornwood? You found just this lying around?
On the orcs that we killed.
No, it was orc held at the time.
The orcs were carrying this?
Carrying this.
Oh, that's...
And the sword there. Hey, real go.
Yeah.
Oh, come on over here. Bring that silver sword.
Let's see. And
I come over.
Yeah. Well, that is most peculiar. You'll know this, Bergour. You know that when you make your own mark, more if you've had a respect for your mentor, you'll incorporate aspects of your mark of his mark or her mark into your own. As a way of honouring them, and so things go. This marking, it's not the same, mind you, but it has elements of the blacksmith that works for the Palfrey family. Not the ones, not the man who works the forges now, nor his father, nor his grandfather for that matter. But I see the same mark. And he kind of grabs a dagger from his belt, and he says, "Look!" And he carves out a symbol, roughly on the table, and it's a little wobbly because he's a little drunk and he's a little old. Was a lot old. But he puts that, and then he kind of puts the steel shield back on the table, and maybe one drink kind of knocks over. Look here, look. And with your expertise with blacksmithing, you can see like, oh shit, like yeah, it's not the same, but I mean, like, if you wanted to put a tradesman's mark on it, but also communicate to whoever might know what it is, that you are from a specific lineage of smiths, well, this would definitely, yeah, you can see the similarities he sees. You see that?
I do see.
Damn curious. You see, it's the Thornwoods you were in, not the Hardlow Woods.
It was definitely the Thornwood.
I expect that maybe one or two or some of the footmen who may have accompanied Lord Palfrey up into the Hardlow Woods near 2 centuries ago, they may have carried something that may have had a mark like this. But in the Thornwood, either those orcs you've encountered are they are spreading very far across the Hardlow Woods, and may have been bold enough to reach the Gleaming Glade, or they got this from somewhere else.
Not good.
It's quite the mystery you brought here. I've traded you knowledge or stories of one in exchange for yet another. Whew. And he's stroking his big beard. History not known to me. Curious that. And maybe around that point is when the door opens and we see a guy walk in. And this guy is dressed, he's probably about maybe like 32, 33. And he is dressed like a merchant. He's showing a little bit of wealth. He's got kind of nice clothes on, but he has the look of a traveling merchant, not someone who is, traveling so ostentatiously as to say, please, rob me. Mm-hmm. He looks like he's probably carrying about 20 or 30 pounds of a weight that he doesn't need to carry. Clean shaven. He's balding. And he takes a hat off from his head as he walks in. and kind of walks over to the bar and sits down, and then gestures to Andrin for a drink. As Bergour, if you catch a sight of this, then he you see that Bartholomew kind of gestures towards him. So the guy is drinking a beer. What happens next, guys?
Frillaho, you're the talky one amongst us. You want to negotiate us a job with Vasily?
Huh.
There's
All
the one
right.
who just walked in.
Right. And
Here, why don't we
you
go
do that.
up together and we'll go talk to him.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay, so the two of you guys hop up and head over, and are you like both one on each side of the bar stool, or are you kind of like hopping up next to him, or are you going to try and get his attention? What happens?
I think we walk up close and Bergour kind of punches Frillago in the side to say something.
Okay.
Vasily. It is Vasily, isn't it?
He kind of jerks up and turns around and says, "Yes, and who might you be, sir?"
I am Rilligo, the traveling minstrel. This is my companion, Bergour. We understand that, well, let's just say that you're in the market for some hired help.
And he kind of looks over at Bartholomew, and Bartholomew kind of nods like approvingly. He says, "Yes, I am, in fact. Are you men at arms?"
We are men at arms and much more.
Men at these arms.
And these arms. Just
I see.
Yes.
Most impressive, my friend. Forgive me. You know my name. I know not yours.
I am Rilligo. This is Bergour.
Bergour, well met. Bergour, well met. Is it the two of you, or I think you see Druin's kind of looking over in that direction. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a couple others back at the table.
Still
Wonderful.
sitting near Grizzler.
I was just I have been dealing with business all day. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I have business that needs to conclude tomorrow morning. But perhaps we could, if you are available, maybe we could discuss tomorrow morning the particulars, or perhaps give me an hour to get myself sorted, and then we can discuss things. Although, why am I waiting now? I've never found postponing negotiation is ever good for one's appetite. Please, and he kind of pats his growing belly, and he walks over to a table. He looks over at where the two dwarves and the human priest are, and then kind of like looks over where old Grizzler is, who's talking Druin's ear off, and kind of talking back and forth pogoing between Druin and Dorman. And he looks over at the one area where there doesn't seem to be anyone over there, so he kind of goes and sits down and gestures for you guys to join him. He says, "Now, I have business in Thermaster, 5 days travel from here, and what I require, I have heard that the river can be dangerous. Disappearances in Heronshire, they say. People going missing. Some say a cult is at play. Whatever the reason for these disappearances may be, I certainly don't want to involve myself with that. What I need is strong men and women to keep us safe on the trip down and on the trip back. And on the trip back, listen to me, when we reach back Millbourne safely, I will not require you to travel on any further, and I would pay." He kind of looks you guys over. 15 gold pieces each.
A hefty sum.
Well, I find that it is best to pay people what they are worth rather than try to find the lowest amount they were willing to take. What say you? Does that do you have experience with this sort of work before? I can tell from your bearing that you are certainly capable in the ways of violence. But do you know the Churn at all? Do you know Thermaster at all?
We've in fact just come from Thermaster.
Really? Then you are familiar with the conditions of the road, of the river. Tell me, is it as they say? Is it as treacherous as they say?
Well, we were set upon by goblins at one point.
Goblins? On boats? I've never heard such a thing.
No, while we... No. While we made camp on the riverbank.
Oh, I see. I thought there's farms up and down the stretch there. They didn't attack the farms. Only you.
It was... We were attacked, certainly. As to whether the farms have been attacked, we don't know precisely. We haven't heard, but perhaps we can ask around Milburn and see if anyone else has come from that direction recently.
Huh. I have been asking for the conditions, and the word here has been that bandits tried to set up on. There's been disappearances. Some young mage. In fact, I understand one that was engaged to the very grandson of the proprietor of this establishment.
Yes.
And several others traveling through. A priest of Farlon, I heard, made his way to Thermaster and never came back to collect the possessions he left here. And a wizard bound from Thermaster to Milbourne. He likewise never appeared again. I even hear that there was bandits who set upon some travelers, though it seems as if those bandits misjudged the caliber of the travelers' steel. If only... I'm grateful to have met you, but if only I'd met those people.
Well, if you're talking about the bandits that attacked a group near the Lurchwood...
You!
Indeed. The very same.
Well, then, I say that... And he thinks for a moment. 17 gold. 17 gold. I believe that paying, as I say, paying individuals what they're worth is the appropriate way to conduct business. If these bandits or brigands, tell me, did you get the impression that those who attacked you, were they intent on taking you as well? Or were they run-of-the-mill bandits?
Intent on capturing us, you mean? Kidnapping?
Well, it seems if in this region there have been a number of disappearances, one must wonder whether the disappearances are due to these overzealous bandits, or whether these were simply road brigands who sought to seize your what opportunity they could find with, to their eyes, unguarded travelers. No?
And I sort of do my best to reach up to his shoulder and pat a hand on it and say, let me tell you, Vasily, that in our company, one need not wonder about any of those such things.
Forgive my curious mind. The life of a merchant is satisfying, but the life of adventure, so interesting. Tell me, beg me one last inquiry, and I will buy your round of drinks as gratitude for your indulgence. Did they have markings of a cult of some kind? Some dark believers?
The bandits?
Aye, yes.
No, not that I can recall. They disguised themselves as farmers for much of the approach to try to sneak up towards our camp and attack. But no occultish markings upon them.
Curious.
that we could
Curious.
find. Although it's not as though we would, strip the bodies and try to take all of their gear or anything like that, would we?
Oh, I love when Kev from like 3 weeks ago has fucked you guys over. So he says, fascinating. Then I feel that so we will be boon companions then. I only have, my business should not take me more than a day in Thermaster, and then we can return. And upon return, I will be taking the road out, and thanks to your strong steel and keen eyes, I will have no worry of bandits. And that on my travels west. Then, forgive me, the day has been long, and I will attend. There is a temple to St. Cuthbert in town, is there not?
Is that who the...
Yes.
Out of character, that's who. Okay.
That's who it is, yeah.
There is.
Alright, then my dinner can wait. I will arrange for the contract to be prepared, and I will have it notarized. We will have it notarized at the church tomorrow. Thank you.
Good.
I will try and catch that young priest before the evening grows longer. Thank you. And again, and he tosses down some coins. Please, your next round on me. Thank you. And he gets up and leaves. He heads out the door. So leaves Rilgo and Bergour behind. Druin and Dorman, if there's something specific you wanted to direct old Grizzler towards, in a way of shaping the conversation, you're free to do that. Otherwise, he's just going to go on about a bunch of stuff. He worked as a miner for about 100 years, so he will tell you about he has an endless list of bawdy jokes and stories about people losing arms and stuff like that. So that's otherwise what he's filling your evening with.
Sounds like a good chance for stories.
Yep. So then I guess Bergour and Rilgo, you guys get up and head back to the table with old Grizzler. What happens next, guys? Is there anything else that you want to have happen this evening, or?
Nope. Leave.
I think I'm solid.
Okay. No one's down any hit points, are they?
Bergour, did you negotiate? What do we do? What do we get?
Oh, a whole 14 gold pieces each for you and Dorman.
And that was
What's your alignment?
Wait a second.
didn't see a lot of back and forth.
What's Bergour's alignment?
What?
Damn.
What's Bergour's
Bergour
alignment?
is, I don't know, sneaky weird.
Sneaky weird alignment.
No. You pick an alignment because that gives consistency to how the
I don't
character...
think I picked an alignment. I've just been playing him as a mercenary.
Yeah.
But we'll play him
So he's chaotic. If he's cheating his companions, chaotic neutral.
I'm not actually cheating them. I'm
Chaotic
just
neutral.
messing
Yeah.
with it, basically.
Yeah, I failed my read lips check, so I believe him.
You actually have read lips?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
That's awesome.
Okay. So then, what do you call it? If you, unless you guys have any other things you want to know, then 14 gold per person. Rilgo, what is your alignment?
I thought it was chaotic neutral, actually, originally.
Okay. So chaotic neutral is a very challenging alignment to maintain because it's funny now, but there's very little reason for when shit hits the fan you would ever put yourself out for other characters.
I wrote down chaotic neutral on my character. I wasn't lying. So there you go.
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah.
So then,
I'm just messing with them. I'm going to tell them in the morning that they're worth 17 each. I'm just letting them do
yeah,
it now.
that's
That's
awesome.
okay, 'cause I'm lawful neutral. I went lawful neutral instead of lawful good, but it seems like there's a lot of evil in this area.
Okay,
So
nice. Dorman, what's your alignment?
I am dead center in the middle.
Neutral.
Playing always.
Okay.
we have 4 neutral characters.
I do.
Yep.
Dorman does have the inclination to help people when it doesn't cause him too much issue, and he kind of leans towards that. But he has no real driving desire to sacrifice himself for others.
Okay.
So we have no good characters.
Nope.
We're awesome.
So we're just trying to keep the balance in the region.
We are
Right
not
now-
heroes.
Well, I mean, really,
Right
why would you need to have characters with clear motivations beyond mercenary things in a sandbox campaign? I mean,
Bergour's not much of a hero. No, I don't think
We really don't.
Love
We
it.
really don't.
Love
To
it.
make you feel better, we're doing for the greater good.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't picked a pocket yet. Can I pick somebody's pocket at the bar, please?
It's like a requirement for the night. Like,
So the people in the bar, there's the okay. If you, this is a sandbox setting. If you were caught stealing, your character is likely to be arrested and killed. It's a small town. Just as an FYI, small town. If you're a thief that's going by here, you will be hung. So you're free to do that, but I want you to understand what the consequences are.
Kev, wouldn't they start with like severing a hand or something?
Nope.
I think first offense would be like severing a hand.
Nope.
Straight up.
They've got what do you call it? The bandits would have been hung. If you guys took them in alive, they would have been hung. If you're a thief who's traveling through, you would be hung. Your companions would be suspect as well. Now, I'm not saying that to deter you from doing that, Steve. You're free to do whatever you want. Just your character would know what the likely consequences of this. This is not, you know, just like in combat. Combat is war in an old school game. Fucking around with the what do you call it? The locals and whatnot. That has real world consequences in the campaign as well.
Fucking with the locals. All right.
Yeah.
And knowing that none of us are actually good people.
Yeah, and I don't.
Oh, yeah, I only known him for a day or two. Don't know who he is. Take him away.
Like Steve, I don't mean to say that to you again. Like I want you to play your character however you want, but I want you, like I don't want things to be like, oh well, fuck, I didn't know that would happen. Like
a 50% chance of death is not a great move, I don't think.
Remember,
for a pocket full of coppers.
Fortune.
For a pocket full of coppers.
For Astonishing Fortune, you can reroll.
You can only reroll once.
Yeah.
You can't keep rolling.
Do we get 4 more tomorrow? Oh, you can only reroll once.
You
Okay.
get 4 for the session.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe wisdom would suggest that I probably pass on the picking of the pockets for this evening. Save it for another locale.
Well, even if you want to think about what do you call it? You know, the long-term consequences for yourself. If you're taking the "don't shit where you eat" kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
So.
And you just got a silver sword in the last 2 days, so it's not like you're on the down and out kind of that hard luck kind of times.
Mm-hmm.
No, on a spree. Yeah.
I will say though is that Jorbeck and Girdan and Vardra, those 3, they seem to have some pretty nice stuff on them. Arlen knows exactly what's going on.
So, yeah, I don't know if my lawfulness would, not lawful evil, so.
Or even lawful evil, I'm not sure that would, you know.
You have to have some kind of a code of your own that overrides normal societal laws.
So what, anything, Steve? No?
No, I think I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, this time. There will come a time.
All right. So then, the what do you call it? Then what we do is, I guess you guys hit the sack. You've got free lodgings in the common room. The night passes uneventfully, and you all get a really good night's sleep. So everyone has a chance to prepare their spells. Everyone, I don't think anyone's down any hit points any longer. Is that right? You guys managed to heal up before you got back? Yeah, so then the morning comes. It's the first of flock time. And what you guys find, you know, you have your breakfast in the tavern, and you have some time to wander around. And what you find is that there is... Oh boy, yeah, there is in the market. There is a family. The family called or named the Denfast family, who are trying to sell off effectively their lease to the land. They also are selling off like all their, if you guys want to get any farm implements or things like that, like plows and whatever else, all of that shit is on fire sale here right now. And you see,
authentic sandbox experience. We're just gonna set up our own farm and leave it.
Yeah,
let it through rents over the course of our adventures.
Every now and then you'll go back and right click on the serfs. Is that?
Yep.
Yeah. So what? Yeah, what they're selling off the stuff, and what if you listen in or chat amongst the crowd is a bunch of other farmers who are buying some of the gear off here. It seems like this was known to be coming, and what you've heard is that the Denfast farm is the most recent one to be swallowed by the new mire. So that that sort of fills up your morning. If there is something that you guys, I can't imagine there is something you'd want to pick up, like a plow harness or things like that. So that seems to be the excitement that's going on today. You do have to meet up with Vasily at the Temple of St. Cuthbert. Where, let's see, what's his name? I got him.
I might want to buy an extra hand axe. Do you think I could get a hand axe at the general store?
I think you could. No, you can't get it from there, but the smith may have something for sale for you.
Okay.
The general store, unfortunately, does not carry any weapons, but at the smith, Carmen
hand
Smithy.
axe, 1 gold piece. Oh wow, it's gonna be. Might be waiting a little bit.
Yeah, so there's a guy there named Wallwright. Let's see here. This is who Wallwright is. Wallwright is the smith working at the smithy. Remember that the Carmen family, the ones that basically own most of the farmland and the mines and whatever in eastern Heronshire or western Heronshire, they it's iron mines and copper mines. So the smithy is kind of smelting this stuff and getting it ready to send out elsewhere. And however, they do have some things that are made. Did you want to pick up a hand axe there, Dave?
I'll ask him how much.
Same price as in PHB.
Okay. I could barely afford it. I'm going to wait until we come back through, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so he shows you one and whatnot, and it looks like solid craftsmanship. It's not dwarven make, of course, but it's still fairly solid. Let's see here. Then the priest is named. Let's see here. Semheis. Here we go. And he's not quite as badass as this character looks. He's a little skinnier and he's a little a little less chiseled, but it's a pretty good indication of how he kind of the strict cleanliness and orderliness of the robes that a priest of St. Cuthbert would have. And in place of that mace, you can picture that there's a giant cudgel or mace instead. So when you guys reach the temple, you can find that Vasily is actually waiting outside. And he sees you guys and kind of waves like, "Hey, hello, hello. Good day. Did you see the excitement in the market?"
Well, I wouldn't call people selling off their livelihood excitement, but yes, we saw it.
True. Unfortunate, but, in these hard times, you need to take opportunity where it strikes, even at the misfortune of others. I would not wish it on them, but it does not make us a bad person to take advantage of that. But please, I have the contracts prepared, and I have spoken to the priest within. Please, and he kind of says, "Who among you is lettered?" Here, and he hands it to you, Dorman. So you read it over, and it's a pretty standard contract. It's you agree to make your way over to there and back, and there's a bunch of legalese in the thing. Clearly, this is not the first time this guy has drafted something like this, and there's lots of boilerplate kind of language in it. There's places for all of you to sign as well too. We'll assume that the other characters we're going to assume that they're either with you guys or they're going to sign, and they'll be party to the contract as well. Okay. And then he says, then if this is satisfactory, the priest asked a curious favor as well. Do you know? Oh, 1 second here. When you were in Thermaster before, did you meet a priest by the name of? Oh. that long of a pause, it should be Tim. Let's see here.
Call me Tim.
Hobbs.
Some call me.
Hobbs.
Yeah, Hobbs, yeah.
Did you see someone named Hobbs?
Isn't that missing priest, is he?
The missing priest. The priest of Farlon, you say?
I don't believe we went to a temple while we were there.
No, this is, I understand, he is a priest of Biori, the Earth Mother.
Sounds like
His
somebody
name
would
is
remember.
Lafayette? Lafayette? Does not ring, no? Yeah, for you, just as a refresh for you guys, you didn't see any temple in Thermaster at all. Well, he seemed to think that that this priest would be there or returning there soon, and he asked that we simply deliver this message for him, and if not to him, to leave it with some wizard.
We know the wizard.
What was his name? Toster?
Tauster, yes.
Tauster. That's the one. Then, perhaps, if I will let him know when he signs us that you would, or that he notarizes us, that you will deliver this for him. Yes? He's offered to,
But of course.
he's offered to notarize the contract for free in exchange for delivering this message. So, again, it costs us nothing to take advantage of the opportunities where they are. Please, come in. So you guys head in and you meet Semhace, and Semhace he's actually a little, when you are operating under the contract for someone else, you can assume they're paying for your feed.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was thinking about that the other day. When you guys are out adventuring yourself, you will need to buy and carry rations and things like that. When you are under the hire of someone else, I'm going to assume that they're paying for you.
Okay, yeah. I'm carrying water skins right now, but I wasn't sure what to carry for rations.
Sure.
Or
Yeah, then water skins are, the Churnet River is potable water, so you're free to drink from, to fill that up. I'm not making you guys roll to find water the way we do when you're traveling over land.
or in the barrel maze.
Or in the barrel maze. Oh, this is...
Because the water's nasty. We don't want to be drinking that stuff.
Because this is a full-on actual AD&D game, Dave, I get to make use of my favorite AD&D book, which is the Wilderness Survival Guide.
Nice.
Of which, John's had a taste of it, Arlen is sick to death of. So...
Great old books.
Yeah.
Sounds like I need to play some Ash.
Yes, Ash is a pretty fucking great game. So, the priests for Semhace, the priests of St. Cuthbert can... A generous way of speaking to the stereotype of them is to call them direct or abrupt. A more pejorative way of describing them is, thick and determined, or stubborn. This guy actually seems a bit of a breaking the mold type. He's very affable. When you walk in, he says, good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. The blessing of St. Cuthbert upon you all. Let me check the nicknames for St. Cuthbert quickly here, too. So
I misspelled orc when I changed my name.
Oh.
True and OCR Bane. I'm like,
Oh, OCR, I didn't notice.
Yeah.
I changed it back.
So the blessing of St. Cuthbert upon you all. I understand you have an agreement into which you wish to enter.
Indeed.
And you all wish to enter this freely?
Yes, I've read it and it seems up and up.
Excellent. Have you all executed the contract?
Non-weapon proficiency for reading and writing. Does that give you the ability to...
Any languages that you can speak, I will assume you're literate in as well.
Because I used 2 non-weapon proficiencies, one for common and one for orc.
So then you can read I'm not sure if the orcs actually have a written language.
Right. I think it's more iconographic.
Yeah, it's probably like some crude version of hieroglyphs or something like that. Not like as ornate, but just sort of like runes, to be honest. Sure, yeah, then you would be literate in both common and that. So you could have read the contract as well, Druin.
I would have looked at it as well.
Yeah. So, hold on, did you spend a proficiency on read-write?
I spent a proficiency on each language.
Oh, okay.
For like read, write. Or did I do that wrong?
Hold on, no, let me take a look here. I don't remember how it goes. Where am I here? Language.
So you have to take one for the language and one for read, write?
I don't think so. I probably have that wrong. One sec here. The way it used to work was that like if your intelligence was a certain level, then you were assumed to be literate in all the languages you spoke, unless you were a barbarian. Yeah, read and write or speak the language, so you can read and write.
Okay.
Actually, while we're here, let me quickly look at intelligence. I think what I'd say... Oh, here we go. Every character can speak your native language no matter what your intelligence is. The knowledge extends only to speaking the language, does not include reading and writing. So when you, but because you took proficiency in them, then you can read-write those.
Okay. So then maybe
cool.
I'm gonna... Should I take Dwarven out? Or swap Orc for Dwarf then?
Because you don't...
I would have rather also been able to read and write my own language than Orc.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, so then what Senpace does is he, marks, he does the what do you call it, gestures, and he marks the land. He marks the pages of the contract. He gestures and expends doesn't actually expend any magic. You don't see any flash or whatnot. He just makes a prayer over it, and then says, "Then, very well." And he looks at Vasily and says, "And we are in agreement still." And he says, "Oh, actually, they know the not the priest, but the wizard. They know him." And he looks at you guys and says, "I think Rogo, you're probably the tallest of them all, so he probably meets your eyes first." It just didn't. You know Tauster.
Indeed we do. We've had dealings with him before.
And have you met Lafayette?
That would be the assistant that lives with him?
No. His assistant was you mean his apprentice? That was Jarella. Although I hear she has...
That's the missing girl.
She's been missing for more than a week now.
Yes. Sadly.
Oh, in fact, she's been missing more than 2 weeks. Oh, and he makes a gesture of St. Cuthbert, the kind of cross for it. Then, if you would, thank you for delivering this message. If I understand, Lafayette was making his way back from Parfrey's Keep. If he is there, it would be appreciated if you delivered this. If he is not, kindly leave it with Tauster, and Lafayette will check in with him.
Absolutely.
Then, thank you. The blessing of the cudgel go with you. The strength of the cudgel protect you.
Likewise. Thank you.
He appreciates the repeating back or whatever to him. And unless there is anything else you guys wish to do in Millbourne, then we will set out on the river, the Churnet River.
Trying to think of what the Silverbeard equivalent would that be. I'll have to find it.
Yeah, you guys you can feel free to make up whatever you like for it too, and then just once we've introduced it, we'll have that be what it is. There's a cool thing. There's a game called 13th Age that does a fun thing like that, where like if you introduce stuff in the course of play, then it becomes canon. That becomes the all dwarves have 3 hearts. Then you're like, okay, I guess that's a thing. That's the thing in our game. Well, all dwarves have 3 hearts. So you can feel free to add religious beliefs or whatever else that you feel is appropriate for your character, or cultural things. If there's a problem, campaign-wise, I'll let you know. But I mean, otherwise, that's it gives an opportunity for all of us to add to the to the growing world.
Nice.
Then, okay, so then, guys, anything else happen in town, or you and Vasily are ready to head out?
Ready to go.
Very good. Let's do
There
it.
you go. Excellent.
Let's do it.
Then let me grab one thing. Where is it here?
Question.
I'll be right back for that question.
So if he's got his own boat, we should return Kuipers while we pass.
Yeah, that seems like the thing to do. Is just when
Sure.
we pass by,
How do we get Kuiper's boat back?
just
well,
like tie it behind our big boat.
Yeah.
It's pretty small.
But he said we're taking the road.
He is taking the road when he heads west. He needs you guys to escort him along the Turnet to Thermaster and back, and then he will be traveling by road further to the west.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let me see here.
It's kind of like, isn't that the opposite way though?
we-
Wouldn't you like walk upstream and take the boat down? I don't know.
no, we're going upstream to Thermaster.
Yeah, how would you... If you don't have a bar, I mean, that presumes an infinite supply of barges at one end of the town, of the trip, wouldn't it?
All
Yeah.
the barges from Thermaster end up in Milburn, and no one
Yeah,
ever takes them
it's a
back.
giant pile of boats.
No,
That's
he's a
great.
teleporter.
I see a flaw in our plan here.
Well, when I hit 9th level, we can talk about that.
There you go. When, listen to the optimistic you. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see. I am...
The reason you keep wizards alive.
What I need to do is, maybe I'll do that this weekend, is to just create, add all the little bits and bobs from different games that I love into one document instead of having, 10 books open at the same time.
Expanding on the house rules.
Yeah.
Copy and paste.
Well, I mean, there's just certain certain games that just I like how random weather does. What I'm looking for right now is the weather rules in low fantasy gaming because I love the chart. It's simple and it gives a good way of varying your weather day by day. I mean, low fantasy gaming is a really fucking good game anyway, but it's that's one little element that I do love a lot. The bar fight rules are also awesome. As John may disagree. I got stunned by a tray.
That was overpowered.
Oh, so great. Okay.
Although I didn't get the worst of it, Hobbs' character just...
Oh yeah. What happened to Hobbs? Or it wasn't Hobbs? It was Colin's character.
What's it called? Yeah, Colin. He's
Yeah.
flying around on the broom, came in as an officer, just
Yes.
pow, got back up, pow.
Yes. Or people trying to get out of the bar. That was great. Okay. So then, let's see here. Then, first day, guys. You guys set out the it's summertime weather. So let's see what the starting weather is like. It is. We got no modifiers to this. So, oh shit, guys.
Shit.
You're setting out in a thunderstorm.
Sweet.
So as you head
I'm
in.
the shortest of the group. I've got nothing to worry about.
Now let's take a look at the. I'm just gonna switch over to this map and then we'll switch back afterwards, just because I want you to see how fucking cool our tactical map for the river is now.
Blessings of the Giant Killer, too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Hey,
So I'll ping so you guys can. I'll bring it on you guys, but check it out. Boom.
Wow.
Hey, I like it.
Cool.
Not great. Again, Gabriel Pickard. Fucking amazing maps.
Gabriel Pickard. All right.
He's the artist who created them. So, yeah, this will give us, I think, a lot more... it's a much better looking map than what that crappy one I just found on a random search. And this gives us, I think, yeah, we'll see a lot of use over the course of this campaign. So, then, guys, you guys have set out, but let me go back to the Heronshire map. And actually, tonight, I'm starting a hand-drawn map of Heronshire and the region as well.
Nice.
So I've been working on Iron Guard mod, and we're not running that campaign right now, so there's very little reason for me to do that. So I'm hoping to replace our Heronshire map with something I drew instead. So, guys, you set out in a thunderstorm. So that is less than ideal, but in spite of talking over with Vasily, he's confident that the river will, it's not, it'll pass and you guys will be fine. Do any of you attribute any kind... Oh my gosh. I get to use one of my favorite sound effects now.
The rain from when we played... The rain and thunderstorms from when we were playing with Jeff and Greg. in that Warhammer campaign or whatever, and it was constantly raining for like every single episode.
Yes. There we go, guys. Oh, this is gonna be great. So let me I'll turn the music down a scooch here. Oh, there we go. Turn that off.
Oh, that's soothing.
It really is.
I put on rain sounds at night when I go to bed a lot of the time.
I do
So
too.
do I.
Yeah, I've got podcast. There's a one podcast that has just like white noise on it, and one of them is rainstorm.
noise.
Rainstorm in a forest. It's awesome. Although I learned that I had to set the timer on it because the last time I played it, I let it play, and then as soon as it was over, it went to another podcast that was suddenly very loud. It scared the shit out of me. Okay, so then.
Just gotta find the 8-hour ones.
Yeah, true enough. It was 8 hours. Who gets 8 hours of sleep? My God.
I try to
Just
do that every night.
set it to the last 2 hours and do not autoplay the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, because YouTube does some weird stuff with my autoplays, and Weird Al gets in there sometimes, and it's like, I'm so handy.
Okay, so guys, I actually want to do. I did not anticipate this thunderstorm, so I'm going to very quickly look at something here.
Capsizing rules for small boats.
Well, I'm assuming that he can manage the weather. Oh, here we go. Seaworthiness checks. That sounds promising. Let's see what the hell this is.
Swarthiness checks.
Yes.
That's exactly what he was saying. Swarthiness.
Okay. So, guys, here's what I need is I'm going to give... Let me see what the seaworthiness of some sample boats is. This is basically just like a stat between 1 and... or 3 and 18. And then it's modified by, like, the crew and the maneuverability of the ship. And it's basically just to avoid something untoward. And this does actually play to my continual need to break boats in role-playing games.
Question.
Yep.
I happen to have the navigation skill, which is tied to ships and whatnot. Would that have any effect on a river?
So a lot of games make a difference between land navigation and sea navigation. If it's just strict navigation, flat that, you can tell the direction it's going, but it does not help you with managing a boat whatsoever.
Okay. Yeah, it does make a difference in here, just as navigation is mostly used to sea.
Okay, so you'll know. I mean, fortunately, you would have to work quite hard to try and get yourself lost on the river. It's just a question of whether you lose sight of the shore and accidentally ground the boat out or something like that.
Okay, yeah, there is a separate seamanship skill, which would be more about boats.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
I'm pleasantly not grumpy. This is surprising.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
I'll be grumpy for you.
Well, yeah, all that heavy armor and
There we
nowhere
go.
for it to go but underclothes.
Druid's almost kind of fearful.
Okay.
Ha!
So I
We're
think.
back out. Maybe there'll be some orcs out here. Some goblins. Something we could
Oh
slice
shit!
today.
You know what? This is so the barge as well too. I can't remember if I loaded it in this game or if it was some other game, but I did recently load a picture of a barge. Was it in this game? Oh, I did. Yes. Look at this. God damn it! Kev from 2019 was on the ball. So that, guys, is roughly what the barge will look like again. It looks less computer gamey, but I take it you get the idea. It's about 30 feet long from stem to stern. And unfortunately, barges are not great with seaworthiness. So the seaworthiness of the barge is a 6.
I'd be bad on a river.
So do you guys want to... I think...
Does he want to delay a day? Hope the weather's better?
Yeah, what do you guys think?
What does the merchant think? It's his wares that could end up at the bottom of the river.
He is going to defer to you guys. This is a hired barge. It doesn't belong to him. It's you guys are dragging your friend's boat behind you. What are you thinking in terms of... and for those who are curious, I was using ships in the sea It's one of the DM supplements from AD&D Second.
I would recommend waiting a day.
Okay. So we waited. I'm going to put it on you guys. Why don't you guys give me a D12 roll? I think he's happy to go along with that. I think there's at least one person with a very high charisma right now. So I think Rilgo can, what do you call it? He can convince him. A 1. Whew. So an early shift in it. The next day, it does pass by. So now you guys will be setting out on the 2nd of flock time.
We spent the whole day drinking, though, right?
If you wish. It seems as if if you're at the Baron, one thing that's curious is that Old Grizzler doesn't make an appearance that night. Although, I mean, you know that he sometimes goes to the Silver Crown instead of here.
Well, Druin isn't actually going to drink at all because we're on the clock now. We've been hired.
Okay.
He's a
Right.
duty
On the job.
He's a duty to perform.
So the next day is unseasonably warm, and because of the recent rainfall too, it is humid as hell. So it is a early summer. It seems as if flock time has come in with the worst of summer heat that it has to offer. However, the winds and the rain have stopped, so it's just a matter of a relatively unpleasant and humid day. I think because you guys have ready access to water, you can just picture that you're drinking probably like 1.5 times the water you would normally drink, because you're sweating up a storm making your way along. However, the trip itself for the first day is uneventful, and you guys are able to make your way to the first place to kind of make your camp, and the night passes uneventfully. So
Yes.
the next morning, you guys are packing up your supplies, and again, there's that mist that hangs around the banks of the Churnet, and you can hear from somewhere off in the mist. You hear, as you guys are packing up your supplies and whatnot, and getting the boat ready to go, or the barge ready to go. You can hear from off the mist a man's voice saying, "Hello, hello,
Hello?
travelers."
No, we're homesteaders.
You gotta look. Forgive me. We saw your fire last evening. These are our lands. Do you have dwarves traveling with you?
Why is that your concern?
Not our concern. We'd heard that some dwarves had slew goblins that were bedeviling this region. We have cakes, freshly baked bread, and preserves for you.
We are those dwarves. Ha!
Okay. So what you see is there is a man and a young man who's probably like 17, and then 2 younger children, a boy and a girl. And the man is coming up with something wrapped up in kind of a burlap thing, and he is kind of walks up and he says, "Forgive me, sir. I did not want to come across you without warning in this mist, particularly if you've been so deadly with those goblins. My name's Nalan. My wife made these," and he kind of holds up the thing, and he's waiting to approach you guys. You can kind of just barely see him in the mist. The little girl looks over and says, "The dwarves are ugly," and she says, "Quiet." So he makes his way over, and he looks down at you, Dorman, and says, "Oh, I did not realize there were 3 dwarves. Forgive me. We hope this would be enough for you." And Vasily kind of claps you on the back, Bergour, and says, "You seem to have made a name for yourself." So Nalan brings over the food and offers it to you. It's actually still warm, too, the bread. It seems
Tell us about your troubles. You said that goblins have been besetting in farms?
we've been seeing them skulking around. Myself, my neighbors, and I've heard upriver as well too. Those little buggers have been going in, stealing chickens, trying to take anything that's not nailed down. We've set up watches to try and get them, but they're clever and sneaky. Oh, it appears the thunder has stopped. We've seen them. A neighbor of mine, Randall, he actually managed to get a shot off. He had a crossbow. Missed, unfortunately.
Didn't nail one of the little buggers.
Wow, our trade is the earth, not war. We try best we can, though. Clearly it needed dwarven steel to take them down. I did not wish to keep you. I just simply wish to express our thanks, and the thanks of those families living on the river. If you see more of them...
Yeah, we'll kill them.
We'll do our best to camp on the north side and, take care of some business.
Wonderful. Then, thank you. I guess I didn't ask whether you're on the north or south side. I'm assuming you camped on the north side because that's where this farm would have been. Though it makes sense you guys may have been camping on the south based on what you said last time.
Well, we probably... I don't know.
Go ahead and give me a percentile roll.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
We have to knock the kid out, tie up his wife,
Yeah.
run away like bandits.
So we're murderers now.
Murder hobos.
Yeah.
This is how murder hobos become murder hobos.
Yeah.
And Dorman kills you in his sleep and goes on his own.
So, unless you guys want to, like, if there's anything else you want to talk to Nalan about, he's going to leave you guys. He's going to go back to his work and leave you to make your way along the river.
I'll, while he's dealing with the other two dwarves, I'll entertain the girl with my cantrip magic.
It is, you suddenly have, I like the dwarves without beards. So...
We're gnomes.
I like the dwarves called gnomes without beards. So yeah, you entertain the little girl and the boy, and yeah, and then otherwise they maybe he helps you load the last couple of things into the boat, and then he sees you guys on your way. The cakes, the bread, the preserves are all delicious. So you have, and I think even there's, it's some unusual. You can't quite place the fruit. It's a berry of some kind, Dorman, but something you haven't experienced, a palate that's or a flavor that's strange to your palate. You'll definitely have to follow up with what that flavor is. You're already having
really likes it.
Nice. Okay. Then you guys, then the rest of the day, guys, is otherwise uneventful.
Rolling on the ridge.
Was I able to get the surname of the farmer so I can locate their farm later?
They are, yes, once again here, their name will be, Stelran, Stelran.
Okay.
Let me add that to the list of NPCs here.
Yeah, since he's a cook, anything that he samples, that he's going to be rolling whether he likes it or not. So apparently the pickled eel's got a 10 out of 10, but the fruit pie is pretty good too.
Okay. Well, no, it's preserves, not fruit pie.
Oh, it's preserved pie. Okay.
The preserves. No, not preserved pie. Preserves, like jam or marmalade. Okay.
Got it.
All right.
Well, maybe you're just thinking they make a really good pie out of it then.
Okay. Otherwise, the rest of the day, guys, is otherwise uneventful. Let's give me a D8 or D12 roll. Let's see what the weather was like today.
5.
Oh my God, similar but less windy. So it's humid, it's scorching hot, and now the wind is dying down. So it's just you're baking, and with no cover to speak of on the barge as well too. You're just roasting on the deck of this thing. No doubt splashing water on yourself from the churnet as you're making your way along.
I'm gonna risk rust, and I like duck my helmet into the water and just like dunk it over
yeah,
my head.
poosh, poosh.
I'm that soggy, humid dwarf with
Yeah.
Gonna
scowl.
use the thief skill to hide in shadows.
Yeah, well, that does not create shadows,
know.
unfortunately.
I know.
All right, then. So then the evening likewise passes uneventfully, and the following day sees. God, it is completely still at this point. So you can hear every every what do you call? Oh, no, you don't have to do. Geez, you're gonna have to row then, because you're going against river and there's no wind. So you're on top of being so hot. Now you guys are got your things out and you're rowing upriver. So the sound of every creak of your armor, of every footstep, the sound of the water going by, it's all perfectly audible for in this. And the cursing, it sounds like, of Druin as he's having to go along and row to help drive this giant barge down the or large barge, I suppose, down the river. However,
Walking is better. Next time, take a wagon. Walking is better.
Well,
Next
wagon.
time, take a wagon.
Didn't you have not even enough money to afford a hand axe? Who's buying a wagon? So I think then you guys will be about midday. You reach the Kuiper's farm, and you guys tie up the boat there. It's still early day, and because you lost a day to the thunderstorm, Vasily is really more keen on going on. But did you want to stop and talk to Kuiper?
Kuiper,
Give
stop.
a quick update.
Seems like we could, give him a short message, stop for like an hour or something, and still make most of the day.
I think because of it would be probably 2 hours between like tying the barge up, getting in. That's the end of your travel for the day then.
Okay.
And Vasily is happy to be at your disposal. What you think is the most tactically sound thing, but you're not gonna be able to leave the barge. He needs you to watch the goods anyway.
Yeah.
I see.
Kuiper can come talk to us while we're guarding the barge.
Did you want to leave? You could conceivably leave a note in the boat. That would make its way back to him.
A boat note?
A boat note.
Somebody got something to write on. I'll scribble some out.
Well, considering I'm a wizard and I have a spellbook and some loose paper, I could write a note. Yes.
Then why aren't you volunteering for this? Let's get going. Come on.
Do you have any parchment apart from the spellbook, or are you tearing a page out of your spellbook?
Let's see.
Yeah, because if you don't, if it's not in your character sheet, then you ain't got it.
What else
Well,
can we write on? We could
it's
just.
a page from the spellbook from the very back.
Now, what you could do, John, I'm fine if you want to spend the money. If you got the money, if you want to spend the money, like your character may have been inclined to pick that up.
Okay.
So let's take a quick look at.
Yeah, I've got plenty of coins. So.
Yeah. So then, I think let's see here. Paper per sheet is 2 GP. Parchment per sheet is 1 GP. That's really expensive.
Yeah, well, it's highly processed material. So
Yeah.
I'll pick up some parchment just to make notes on.
Okay.
Why don't we scratch a note onto the boat? He'll
I
see it.
was thinking that. Yeah.
No,
Just carve the boat. Yeah.
I'll get 5 pages of parchment.
Okay.
Thanks. We'll be back. Dot.
All right.
And then
Let's grab a carcass and like carve
DBHD.
it.
Okay. So Dorman, what are you guys both leaving a note and vandalizing his boat?
Nobody's vandalizing the boat. I'll leave a piece of paper in there, and we'll briefly come up to the dock, tie off the boat, leave a note, and then
We could drop the sand outside of the boat. Like we could just write it in the ground.
It'll be gone in like an hour.
Yeah. What are we actually putting on the note?
Yeah.
I'll put a note on there. Kuiper, returning your boat. We're heading up to Thermaster for the next, another 2.5 days, and we'll probably be back in 5 days if you want to greet us. Otherwise, we're heading back to Milbourne, maybe.
Okay.
Do we want to tell him about the goblins that we encountered?
Oh yeah. P.S. Goblins,
Yes.
goblins north of the river, about a day to the west.
Goblins in the north of the river. orcs to the south, and here I am stuck in the middle with you.
Really go plays his loot.
All right. So
Sounds
But
like-
everybody
Sounds like we need to do a bio.
Stuck in the middle with you. That's one of my favorite karaoke
Well,
songs.
like,
How did you know that?
PPS, how's the boy doing? Question mark.
okay. So you leave that, and then you guys are on your way, and it's getting close to about 4 o'clock. So you're probably going to travel for about another hour when you actually see something coming downriver, and it appears to be a further barge. Yeah, why don't we take as we're at, so we'll leave with that. You saw a barge. I want to take Anna out quickly and to give her a bio break. So let's be back. I'll put the intermission music on. Folks listening at home, we'll be back in about 5 minutes time.
Popcorn.
Nice. Yeah, I'll be back momentarily.
I love AD&D.
Salt Spring Island dip. It's delicious. I recommend it if you get a chance to try it.
What flavor is it other than salty?
I'm sorry?
What flavor is it other than salty?
Well, that's a good guess. Although Salt Spring is the name of the island that's up in British Columbia. But it is, what is it? Like, it's got, like, let's see here. It's got canola oil, onions, yeast, tamari, soybeans, salt, alcohol, apple cider vinegar, tomato paste, garlic, herbs, and spices. It's very good.
What is
It's
that?
like an onion garlic dip. Okay.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. Yeah, for those who don't know, the thing they look first on the ingredients is what's mostly in it. So it goes from biggest to smallest.
Right. Canola oil, onions. Yes, it's very tasty. Like, I don't know what the spices are they put in it, but it's, yeah, it's a spice.
Can't wait for dinner time. Got some tacos.
Oh, yeah.
Homemade ones.
Why are we listening to, like, 30s music?
Intermission.
Oh, okay. Intermission. Nice. Okay.
In case you're at a, I don't know, play of some kind.
If you're at Gatsby's place and you need something to put on, you can just tune into the stream.
All right, sorry guys. All right. So, so for Christmas, a belated Christmas present, my assistant got me this. It's this thing with Innsmouth on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's huge. Like, it's way fucking too big for me, but it's incredibly comfy and warm. So, like, for running outside, because Anna's a puppy, so she needs to go out for breaks more often. Even though it's like crazy cold, it's awesome to just have this on to go like in and out. Oh man. Okay, so then, guys, everyone's got their snacks. Everyone's got their beverages. You saw a barge approaching. Now, I want to remind everyone how we roll initiative in this.
Because the barge is goblins on it.
It's a dragon barge.
Running across the river pirates.
It is. Let's see here. Who do we think is up front here? Let's take a look at the tactical map, because that's just such a lovely map, and I always want to have an excuse to go back to it, and no other purpose.
Remind me, is grease flammable in 2nd edition?
Is which flammable?
Is grease the spell?
Flammable? I don't believe so. It doesn't actually create oil. It creates a magical lubrication. So the what you guys can see is there's a barge making its way towards you. That's about 100 yards or so downstream.
Barge fight.
So here, paste it down here, and I'll turn it around. And it appears that the barge has, let's see here, how far is that? Is that, that's just not really super important whether you guys are 200 feet away. Oh, look at that. A little, almost, actually it's only 100 yards away, I guess. So, what you see is
Ramming speed.
that it appears to be a merchant barge, very much similar to what you guys are in, and what you guys have traveled the river in thus far. There appears to be two, there's two people who are a man and a woman who are not soldiers or men at arms, and there are 6 men who are dressed as like river wardens or as river guards, leather armor. Pole arms, not like fancy like halberds or stuff like that, but like long spears, shields, and they seem to be studying you. And the woman kind of shouts out downriver, "Ho there! Should we stop for trade?" And you guys have seen this happen before. When you're traveling upstream, the barges, if they're sometimes, unless their intention is going back and forth, they'll sometimes, if especially when it's near the end of day like this, they'll meet up alongside each other, and then merchants will, do their thing.
Vasily, I guess that's up to him.
He says, "Oh yes, certainly," and he smiles to Bergour. Must seize when opportunity presents itself, eh?
Hey,
Bergour, as long as they're not like the farmers you guys talked about.
Yeah, the Dorman's he's going to keep his eye around the area just in case.
Sure, sure. So as they approach, the guards on this barge, they seem to be keeping a wary eye on you. But the guards look very much like what the other hired, mercenaries or whatever have been. And these guys actually this may be like their job is traveling up and down the river with traders in the trade time of year. And let's see here, when they go up, you see forgive me, guys. Her name is there we go, Katya. And the reason it's important, the male merchant is going to be dealing with him, but Katya is actually turns out is a jeweler. She is not only does she kind of travel and try and sell exotic things like wedding rings and engagement presents, things like that, coming of age, armbands. What she's also got on, she's also kind of constantly in the market for new and interesting things. Now, because of that, this is someone who could appraise fine items. Now, you guys left.
Brooch.
I think you left that brooch in what do you call it, Milbourne.
Yep.
Do you want to spend a point of astonishing fortune to have you to revise that and have your character say, "Well, you know what? I'm just going to keep it with me for now for safety."
Well, knowing that I'm going to be gone for a couple days, I would probably have done that and let him still look for a jeweler that could do it. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you guys down to 3 astonishing fortune. Okay, then I need to look at my notes because I don't remember how much that was worth. Oh wait, this is the cursed one.
No, it's not. There was no magic on it at all. I know.
It's
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure. I've got detect magic, so.
Okay.
it's Wes's brooch of babbling.
Yeah, I remember Wes's brooch was awesome.
Wes's brooch of babble.
Sucked. I tell you, I saw it.
Oh, sorry, guys. Did I perhaps put it on another sheet here? Oh, fuck! You know what? It's in the rulebook. Forgive. This wasn't a random encounter. Why I can't find it in my notes? It's actually out of the book. Okay. Boy, what level do you have to be to cast Remove Curse?
I do not know. Certainly not that level, though.
Nope. Poison is fucking terrifying in old school games. Because, like, I think, either delay or remove poison is like a 4th level spell. So, you gotta be 7th in order to even contemplate casting it. Alright. So, what she does is she brings out the thing, and what she offers is much like what she says is that she will appraise it for the value, for 10% of the value that she will purchase it for. If you're looking to sell, if you're not trying to keep it, if it's not a keepsake or whatnot, then she'll appraise it for that. But if you're going to sell it to her, she'll convert it into coins for you for 10% loss.
Okay. I think that's fair. I mean, what else am I going to do with it, right?
Yep. Okay. Then, with the 10% discount... Okay, hold on. I think I'm going to roll quickly and see if she is going to cheat you or not.
Oh, come on. Can you cheat this face?
Yes. Okay, let's see here. You have no training in appraising anyway, so unfortunately this is kind of taking your car in for servicing situation.
Yeah, well...
Oh, here we go.
I have a certain set of skills.
Does that skill include the appraising? proficiency?
No.
Then that's terrific. I have a square peg for this round hole. Okay, so however, she does seem to be, by all appearances, a fair and a what do you call it? You could have actually asked Vasily up until now. Someone give me a D. Actually, I'll make the roll for him. Let's see here. So Vasily has assessed this for you. Vasily says that this thing is that brooch is actually worth just over 1,200 gold pieces. It's incredibly valuable.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
And we got that off a body of an orc?
You got that in the possessions of the orc leader.
The orc leader.
Yeah. So, let's see. He then...
Did anybody try to see if it was magical?
I think he had cast Detect Magic on kind of everything. No, actually, you haven't since you collected this stuff.
No.
You sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, because you'd mentioned you had the spell, and I've never heard anybody say anything.
Yeah, you never mentioned again that you made use of it. It's a first level spell, so like that's probably the reason.
Well, I think I would have done it during downtime, but...
Okay, thing is that you have to say you do it then. You can spend a point of Astonishing Fortune to have done that.
What do you guys think? Stars, what do you think? Want to spend it?
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
What do you guys think? Save it?
Sure, why not?
Alrighty.
So you're down to 2 Astonishing Fortune. So here's the bad news. This brooch is not magical. But here's the good news. That shield is.
Oh!
There is an enchantment on the shield. You don't know what it does yet.
Nope.
Do you have the Identify spell?
I do.
There's a pretty steep Constitution penalty you take from casting and Identify, right?
Well, it has to go like 8 hours of purifying the item, so there's no residual things on it. Then there's a percentage chance that gets higher as I level up.
You know what? You've got a day of downtime in Thermaster.
And we also have a wizard there who's probably really high level who
would you'd have to pay him to do it.
Pay him, but he's probably got a really low
but if we're
chance
gonna get a serious haul from this brooch, we could pay him easy, right?
Yeah, true enough. So you could have. But I mean, like, why would you pay if you can just have Dorman do it?
Oh, yeah.
If
Dorman's being unhelpful.
Because I spend money like Conan. Because it's there for the spending.
Exactly.
Identify spells for you.
That's how
Identify
it
spells
turns
for you.
into XP.
See, I'm still a noob at identifying. I can do better than Bergour can, but it's still a percentage chance.
Yeah. So what she offers you, knowing what the value of it is, she does offer you a fair purchase. So she will pay you 1,125 GP for that.
Make sure I didn't mishear that.
1,125 GP, correct.
Okay.
So there are a total. Oh, we're doing it. So how do we want to do with this kind of loot then, guys? Is it only the people who are playing when we identify it, or is it goes across the full party?
No, it would be from who was there, I would think.
So
if Jeff was here,
yeah,
was it Jeff the only one that's missing?
I think the only one missing was Hobbs.
Well,
when you guys fought the.
I like to keep it kind of fair because people who were there and people who are now when we're divvying it up, maybe we should do like half shares and give people who aren't here.
You know, that's going to get really confusing. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to do. The XP will not be split, but I'm going to say it's split across the party. Full stop. So it'll be we got Druin, Bergour, Chael, Elanion, Rilgo, Calidor, Knox, and Dorman. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so 8 characters. If it turns out that one, like to be honest, like if one character is there more often than the other ones, there will be other, like for the small penny ante things, I'm not concerned about that. But for these big hauls, it seems like it's going to be a pain in the ass if we're trying to figure out, like, oh, I was there this time, but I'm not able to make the next session. Especially when we've got players who always make Wednesday but can't make Friday.
Okay.
Right, but that's what I was saying. It's like maybe the characters were there when it was acquired.
But
Pretty
that's
simple.
it's just the thing is that's going to get this is going to be a long campaign. It's going to be a huge pain in the ass to try and track what was recovered when and who was there for it and whatever. And is it really going to be a huge amount of difference having one extra share when there's a 6 or 7 person party?
No.
Yeah, because that's what I guess the other thing I'm thinking is just that it's not the difference between dividing this by 8 and dividing it by 6 is about 40 GP.
But there's only 5 of us tonight that we fought the.
But again,
so.
I'm saying the full party. This goes across the whole party. The whole party gets it.
Right. Okay, yeah.
So
Okay, so it's 140.625 split 8 ways.
yeah,
So
have the leftover. So 140 times 8 is 1125. So it's like 5 GP left over. Why don't you guys each take a GP and give 1 to Calidor? So you guys each take 141, and then Calidor gets 141, and then everyone else gets 140.
okay, so 141 GP for Calidor. I'm updating the party with it.
Okay,
so.
cool. Thanks,
Oh,
John.
man, time to retire, boys.
No doubt.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy a dozen hand axes when I get to the Thermaster.
Yeah.
So wait a second. So did you say we get 131 XP? Sorry.
No. You will get XP at the end. This is 141 GP.
Oh, that we get.
Yep.
Oh wow. Okay.
And the
Wow.
XP is going to be divided amongst all of you guys. That is something I will divide amongst whoever is here. When you identify, this will give the incentive to get the thing identified ahead of time.
Right.
Okay.
Sweet. I also pick her pockets.
No.
Okay. Do you really do
Well, you
that,
know what?
or
No.
okay? So the next time you say you do, you do. You're rolling.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Because that 2 times is funny. If we keep having it happen every time, I'm going to get annoyed. So just
The lawful neutral cleric cuts off your hand.
yeah. All right. So then, guys, what otherwise, the merchants and the other guards, they offer for you guys to just, since you're so close, for you to camp together, overnight together, split the watch between each other, and then go our separate ways in the morning.
Yeah, we'll mention to them that we've run into goblins on the north shore, orcs on the south shore. It's a bit of a toss-up.
It's funny you say that. As you're traveling through the Redwood, keep an eye out for oversized frogs. They fortunately did not seem to be interested in this, but we did see large frogs along the shore.
How large?
About the size of you, little one.
Oh, good. They can't actually eat me, but
Oh, they
Well,
could. Yeah,
They could give it a go.
do these frogs have teeth? Then I would be scared.
They fortunately did not approach, so we could not say whether they had teeth or not, though. I have heard tales of those frogs gobbling up little gnomes in one gulp.
This is 88 pounds of gnome they're going to choke on.
Watch for their tongues. Then, bigger than you, actually. My goodness. Yeah,
Oh,
they're
now
about
I'm
twice your size.
Okay, now I'm scared.
Yeah.
I'm going to go find the link to the death of Sir Albus and mail that to Jonathan. He was a human paladin in armor and he died.
Yeah. Although he had, I think it was like 8 frogs on him, so I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Ah, Sir Albus. Once again, gone but not forgotten.
No man's
So-
a match for 8 frogs.
No.
Grant will never let it go away. I mean, never forget him.
Okay then, guys. So the evening passes uneventfully. You guys maybe share a little bit of chit chat about, what you guys have been up to, where you're traveling from. Is there anything else you want to have happen with this this overnight meeting, apart from whatever random encounter may happen?
What is the merchant selling?
Merchant is selling, it's probably like bulk goods, so it's not really of interest to you. Vasily talks to them a bit, and it turns out that they neither of them are particularly interested in each other's wares, but they share a little bit of like, hey, have you been to so lately? You know, oh, is what's his name still running the tavern there? You know, there's a lot of shared road stories that's going amongst them too, and a little bit of talk about opportunities along the road as well too.
Well,
Go ahead.
Druin will do the same thing when he's around the campfire with their guards, letting him know that we fought orcs and the symbol that we saw, and that they came out of is it the Thornwood? No, what's
Thornwood? Yeah, to the south.
Thornwood in the forest,
And goblins to the north.
and the goblins.
Yeah, so the goblins is the thing that they're concerned. I mean, first off, they're a little concerned about it. They'd heard, we heard some farmers so when we were traveling out last week that were saying that there were goblins. They'd spotted goblins, but we just figured that they were seeing things, kids or other bandits. It's worrying though. The guards are sort of speculating that maybe the goblins were behind some of those recent disappearances. There's they mention again that so Farlon is basically kind of like a god of travel and horizon and stuff like that. So its priests are often nomadic, and they travel from here to here. There is a fairly well-liked priest of Farlon who apparently would regularly come through here as part of his travels, completely missing. Somewhere between Thermaster and Milborn.
Well, there was some bandits that attacked our group. They dressed themselves up as farmers. Bergour, can you give more details on that?
You got the gist of it across.
Okay.
So
There's only one of them that was well armed at all. So I think Rogo got up in his face.
One of the guards, after hearing what you guys have been through and whatnot, and sharing their news as well too, they sort of joke that well, boy, I think we all need to collectively raise our rates then, eh? No more 5 gold pieces per trip. That's right, and they're going to hit each other.
You're only getting 5?
What? Well, what are you getting paid?
We're not allowed to discuss that, but it's more than 5.
You can see all of them kind of look at each other, and there is some familiar resemblance between these men and women who are the men and women at arms, and they sort of kind of like, oh, you can tell the look that we're going to have a serious talk when we get back to Milborn.
I'm not saying that we should fix rates or anything, but I think 20 is probably a better option to start with the dangers that are happening. It's not worth the life.
Oh. Then the last thing they kind of tell you about, because you seem to have gotten on their good side as well, is that this time of year is when the eels start coming up river. So just be careful.
Oh, the eels again.
I pull out my bottle of.
Yeah, it's true, Steve.
You want some?
I'm hitting all the hits. I'm performing all the hits. Giant frogs, giant eels, sinking boats. Oh, that's great. Oh, and
are you thinking unionizing here, Druin? Are you thinking of going a different direction with this?
I think we just have to be responsible. 10 gold isn't enough to bury somebody, never mind to live off of. What happens if you lose an arm and you can't work?
Wages should be sustainable, Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like there's some kind of a benefit plan or payout system if you lose an arm. Druin's Adventurers Insurance. I'm going to start that up next week.
Love it. All right, so the evening, fortunately, passes uneventfully. In the morning mist, you guys bid farewell to the merchants and your new friends, the guards, and you guys head on your way. So let me get back to the big map here. Now, let's see here. And what I'm doing, forgive me guys, I am keeping track of our calendar now. So I have a way of tracking how much time has gone by, and we'll be able to look back and see how much time has passed. Now, the next day of travel is uneventful, and it brings you down to the you can see the Redwood off in the distance, and you likely can see the Thornwood to the south as well too. You pass that region where you do see the Hog Brook that leads deeper down into the Thornwood, and I think those of you who traveled there, it's all you guys, you can't help but picture that somewhere deep in that foliage there are more orcs stirring and plotting. But fortunately, you do not see anything otherwise come out. When you pass through the Redwood, as a refresher again, the Redwood is a much more it's not well kept necessarily. Like, it's not a landscaped or groomed kind of area, but it's a place where people often go to hunt. It's something that has been the Lord Palfrey has prevented people from cutting down trees here, but it has allowed anyone to make free use of foraging or hunting within there. So you pass your way through, and I think that why don't we have anyone keeping their eye out for giant toads or frogs?
Yes.
Most definitely.
Everyone give me a wisdom check, please. Tell me who does the best. Who succeeds and does the best, I mean.
Oops, I rolled. So my first one was a 5, so I'm going to say
Okay.
that's good,
I
right?
rolled a 1,
That's good, yeah.
So
1, so it'll be... What's your wisdom?
12.
You rolled a d12, though, Dorman, so I need you to roll a d20.
Dang it.
Oof, 3 with Bergour, my goodness. What's your wisdom, Bergour?
12.
12, okay, so it's 9 success. Anyone beat theirs by 9?
Nope.
Nope. I
Still
was
making
Okay.
mine right.
So I think-
succeeded by 5.
Bergour, as you are making your, you're keeping an eye out on both of the sides, both of the shores, as you make your way through the Redwood, and there's a point where you see it, and I'm picturing you would draw it probably to Druin's attention first, right? You kind of hit Druin on the shoulder and point, and you can see that there are massive, webbed footprints in there, and the footprints themselves are probably about 2.5 to 3 feet long. And they are fresh enough that they seem to be, recent. Do you guys do anything?
Those footprints.
Yeah, I think as you're pointing over them, Vasily kind of comes over and he's like, "What is that? Is that the frogs? Are they here?"
Yeah. Dorman says as he draws an arrow from his quiver, gets his bow ready, and looks around.
Okay. So
Put the
while
shield on.
the travel through the Redwood is quite tense, and as the day passes noon, long shadows are cast across the river from the thick and untouched trees. But fortunately, your passage through the Redwood is safe. So you guys arrive safely on flock time, the 6th of flock time. You arrive at Thermaster. And again, this is a refresher for those who have not, a refresher for those who have been here before, and a description for those who have not. Thermaster is a bit of the, shithole of Heronshire. The town itself is surrounded by, first, a bunch of abandoned, dilapidated buildings, which are, Bergour, I think, actually, Druin, you would know, because I'm assuming you've been along for this before. At some point, several years ago, a tribe of lizard folk came from the Shrieking Mire and raided here. And they either kidnapped or killed almost more than half of what the population is. And the population and the town just has not recovered from them. They do have a village wall that is built around it, but unfortunately the wall has not really seen any kind of meaningful repairs since it was erected. So everything seems kind of worn down here. The wall seems like it would not keep a determined, group of militia out of here. Never mind some kind of organized army or something. But nevertheless, you arrive here, and I think that... Does anyone remember any of the advice they got about what delicacies to avoid here?
The meat pies in the shithole of a tavern.
Yes, Hound and Tails. You have been told to avoid the Hound and Tails, both in terms of where to stay and in terms of the food available, because you will get food poisoning.
Don't even go in there.
No.
Not worth it.
So then you guys arrive here, and Vasily is quite happy to get here. He asks if you guys would mind helping. Well, let me think here. I think he's going to probably hire stevedores to help. There's local laborers who will kind of take care of the unloading of the barge, and he has business with the merchant. Remember the woman who slapped one of you guys? I think she slapped Rilgo.
Wasn't it George's character too?
Oh, maybe it was George's character that got slapped, yeah.
He got the big black eye, I believe.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That was Baranis. Baranis is the woman who runs the store. Then you guys have an entire day to have your run of the town. What are you guys planning on doing with your town here?
Well, we need to go by Tauster's place to see if he knows about the...
Priest.
Who was it? The cleric?
Traveling priest.
Yes.
The priest of Biori?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else you guys wish to do while in Thermaster?
I definitely want to go see Tauster. He's a wizard. I'm a wizard. Maybe he has stuff I can use.
Do we have to take the return trip?
Identify the shield.
The return trip as well? Or is the...
You're hired on for the return trip as well, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a day? Is that what he's telling us?
Yeah, so you're arriving... You guys are arriving late afternoon. I'm assuming you guys push through. So you've got the evening, and you've got all day tomorrow to do whatever you want.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, let's get that shield identified. It's taken care of.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Dorman, are you going to cast the spell then, or are you guys going to go and see...
I'd rather check with the wizard first.
Okay.
To see if he has any advice and maybe an easier way of doing things.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm trying to see what the cost. I think my head says 100 per GP per spell level, but that might be a lot. Let's see here. Let's see. NPCs. Here we go. Spellcasters. Oh my goodness. 1,000 GP per item.
Ooh,
I mean,
not gonna happen.
it takes a long time to cast it, and it knocks them. You get that Constitution loss that you have to recover from. So that makes sense that it costs that much. But
Okay,
so I think just from past.
It's a really nice shield for now.
No, Dorman can do it. It's just that it's going to knock him on his butt for the day.
Well, Dorman has 15 Constitution, so he might be able to afford it.
Yeah, let's see here. So identify the way it works. It's 1 round per level. Once you cast it, the 8 hours immediately preceding the casting must be spent purifying the items, removing influences that would corrupt or blur their magic auras. If it's interrupted, they must be begun again. The chance of learning a piece of information about an item is equal to 10% per level of the caster to a maximum of 90%. Rolled by the DM. Whew. That is challenging. Whew.
Yeah, that's why I need to be higher level.
Yeah. So do you want to spend 1,000 GP to identify this? Oh, material components of the spell are a pearl of at least 100 GP value.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed from edition to edition.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to attempt that, and we can probably wait, I suppose.
So it's finely crafted enough that it can be. We know it's magical. So
Yeah. You know it's magical, yeah, and you know it's finely crafted, so...
So I read, Kev, I read something out of character here. In the writings about the priest for Clangeddin, and it says that they will never use a shield. That's just a straight up police, but it also says that they don their full plate to fight, and I'm like, well, I'm also a fighter and I don't have full plate, so.
Well, I mean, I think
I'm
that
thinking down the road, the goal is to be able to fight with 2 axes and not use a shield like the priests of my order.
I think that just because you're a fighter, I think that the thing that would be more important is not going against the. If you want to still recover spells, you can't do things that are contrary to your faith. Then, right. So, like, I imagine that. I mean, we can just retcon it to say that someone else is carrying the shield, but or making use of the shield. But yeah, I mean, like if it expressly says that your character he doesn't, Clangeddin's priests don't use shields, it doesn't matter that you're multi-class, you have to abide by that as part of their faith, right? So, I mean, that's like, you know, like, well, I'll stop, you know, cheating on my wife as soon as I get more devout. Because you're effectively going, if the priests never make use of shields, but you're making use of them, then you are acting contrary to the tenets of your faith. It's not a huge sin necessarily, but it is akin to like a devout Christian saying like, I'm going to start abiding by this once my wife gets hotter. When she finishes those Pilates classes, I'll stop banging her sister.
Okay.
Yeah. So, then, you guys have a date in. Well, yeah, let's do the meeting with Towster, unless you guys want to head anywhere else. So you see, I think I've got an illustration for Towster as well, don't I?
Yes.
There he is. There's that old coot. So then, you guys make your way over to the that tower. Remember, there's a tower and there's the house next to it. Although he just seems to store his stuff in the tower. So you, who is going to be the one who talks to Towster? Not all at once.
Who's the Towster Whisperer? You want it, we're getting him to identify the shield, right?
Well, unless you want to pay 1,000 gold.
Right. Oh, right, right. Yeah.
Well, I suppose I could give it a shot if we want to get a pearl, and maybe Towster has a handful of those. He's a wizard. I'd probably pick up a pearl and then. Yeah.
Our goal with talking with Towster, wasn't it to just find out if he knows about the priest,
Yeah.
the cleric that was coming this way, and if not, leave the note behind?
Yep.
So yeah, I'll talk to Towster if you want.
Okay.
I got better charisma than Bergour, unless Froggo's with us.
Okay.
So you have better charisma than Bergour?
I have a 13.
You do not have better
Oh,
charisma
never
than
mind.
Bergour.
The dwarf is not ugly then. The children are wrong.
The dwarf knows how to please people. He just doesn't act like it because he's a dick.
Nice.
And
But charming nonetheless.
And I have gone to fine schools teaching me etiquette that I still don't know how to do.
So you guys show up there. I mean, I guess, you know what, if you went to fine schools but didn't, like if you got etiquette but didn't learn it, you could be like the black sheep of some noble family.
Well, I have an etiquette, but I've got an 8 charisma, so it's
No, that's what I'm
really
saying. Like,
really freaking hard for me to actually do stuff.
well, if you're shitty at it, what I'm saying is that like maybe like you were raised around that shit and you sort of took it for granted and didn't quite pay attention to what's necessary, rather than your character studying it to. I mean, you could also do it the other way, which is that you tried to be good at it, but you're just not.
Yeah.
I
was thinking I was just really abrupt all the time, and they sent me to etiquette school to try and smooth it out some of the edges.
Dwarven finishing school. It's great.
Yeah, it just did not work.
Okay. So then you guys head up to, and a Bergour, I guess you're the one who's, knocking on the door. And then you hear from within, who is it?
Friends.
What friends come and see me at this hour? I'm busy.
Towster, don't you remember Bergour and Dorman and Druin and Frillaho and...
So you hear this sort of like crash or something from within, and you hear, ah, fuck, I don't know. And then he walks over and throws the door open, and then he sees you standing there, and he says, "Oh, my dwarf friends! Hello, hello! Forgive me. It's Wilgo? The elf, a half-elf.
Correct.
Ah, yes, and Dorman, the illusionist. Welcome. Forgive me. Have you news? Have you news of Jarella? Has she been found? Did Kuiper see her?
Kuiper's been told to be on the lookout.
Still no word from her. It's been more than 2 weeks, 3 weeks, since she went missing. This is quite vexing. Oh. Well, forgive me. If news of Jarella, of my apprentice, does not bring you here, what brings you here then?
We're actually here to see if you know. And what was the name, guys?
Priest of traveling priest.
Priest of Bayor?
Biori.
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 A priest of you don't mean Lafire, do you?
Oh, that's the name.
Yes. No, wait, do you think he's involved with this somehow?
No, we had a job from the priest of St. Cuthbert back in Milbourne
Semhise.
to get to get information, to get a note to him.
Ah, no, he passed through 3 weeks ago. Around that time, we normally chat when he comes through. He's an old friend, but I haven't seen him. He headed east to Lord Palfrey's, as far as I know.
Would you mind if we left the note with you so you could give it to him the next time he comes by?
Of course, I would be happy to. So you hand the note to him, and he takes it and puts it inside. But tell me, what are you doing here then? You're delivering mail now, couriers. Seems menial. Though I employed you in that capacity, I did not expect you to take that as your profession.
We kind of still, working, trying to find work where it comes to us, and trying to do our best. There's been a lot of chaos around in Heronshire, if you know what I mean.
Chaos?
Well,
I don't know what you mean, but you have piqued my curiosity. Please, I insist. Come in for tea.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, so he brings you guys in, and he brews up tea and kind of chit-chats, asks you about like the weather. Did that thunderstorm pass by? What a shaker! You weren't on the river
delay a whole day.
You weren't on the river when it struck, were you?
No. Luckily, we were still in Milbourne.
Oh, good. I would not want to be walking, never mind be on the river in that weather. Something foul is afoot here. And he finished up this tea, and it's this very unusual aromatic, brew that he makes for you guys. It's got a bit of a spicy kind of tangy fruit flavor to it. And he pours for each of you guys and says, "Then, please, tell me, what do you mean by this chaos? And I take it that you do not mean only the thunderstorm."
No, there's Jarella's not the only person who's gone missing.
I did not know. Who else has gone missing?
Well, there are a couple of others. There was a priest and maybe a farmer or two.
Not Lafire.
No.
Oh. What priest then?
A priest of
You guys
Farlan?
Farlan.
Is what was written? Farlan.
Really?
And there was a wizard, a traveling wizard that hasn't been seen.
A wizard and a priest. That's concerning. And Jarella as well. That is most concerning. And he's stroking his beard. Things are afoot in Harenshire. What other chaos of which you speak? Or what other chaos is this of which you speak?
Well, the humanoid sort, orcs in the Thornwood and goblins on the north shore of the Churnet.
Goblins on... It's not enough that...
Surely it's... Is it really spelled like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a Gygaxian spelling, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The... No, the... If goblins lurk on the northern shore of the Churnet and orcs in the woods, what is happening in Harenshire? What brings this upon us?
It's hard to say. It's, you know, there seems to be, you didn't hear it from me, but there's even a company of mercenaries that seem to be investigating the Great Rock Dale traveling out from Milbourne.
I'd heard tale that rumors of that place had been spreading, not only across the Yeomanry, but in the western Flanace even.
Mm-hmm.
And he's puffing away on his pipe as he talks, you know, Gandalf style. And he says I've heard that Eastdale has become a haven for those seeking to plunge the depths. No good will come from stirring up the tribes that live in there. Better they hide in that hole than be driven out. I wonder, could they be responsible for this?
I defer to your knowledge, Tauster.
No doubt. Their stock and trade seems slaughter and pillage, not kidnapping. No? Your kind has a more storied history with them than we do.
We've faced our fair share of orcs and goblins.
Indeed. Orcs in the Thornwood. And then... Odd that no... Tell me, when you spoke to Kuiper, did he have any news of orcs traveling from the Great Rock Dale? Of them fording the river, though the Churnet is unfordable apart from Milbourne. Milbourne is the navigable way to reach across that river.
I don't believe he had any information of the sort. I think he was as surprised as we were when we ran into orcs in the Thornwood.
Then the south, then. Or perhaps somewhere deeper. Your folk has fought them long years in the depths of the earth, no?
Dorgan will sketch out that symbol on the shield for Tauster, so he kind of knows what it looks like. Tell him Kuiper doesn't land.
I think, you know what, I'll say that the sketch that you did for, what's his name?
Geralt?
Geralt, yeah, you guys still have that. So okay. This is...
Yep.
Okay, so he looks at it and says, I am no ethnographer, but this means nothing to me. Have you shown it to... Well, Kuiper has seen this, yes? Did it mean anything to him?
No.
No. Or Geralt in Milbourne.
Curious.
Tauster
tribe.
Of the Soul.
The Soul?
Yeah.
Where did you hear that name, Bergour?
Oh, it's a talkative old dwarf in Milbourne, old Grizzler.
I've not had the pleasure, but I've heard his name spoken. So what does that old fool say about the Soul?
He seems to think that there are ruins in the Great Rock Dale, and in particular that the dale itself is the result of a magical
And he kind of puffs on it.
catastrophe.
I am no historian either, nor have I. My magical studies keep me occupied. My focus on what is before me. But one cannot enter my craft without knowing of the great magics of the Soul. The Soul may have been, and the ancient Baklunish mages, the most powerful sorcerers that ever graced the Flanace and Greater Orth. Some say that the bright desert itself, hundreds of miles of desolate, lifeless desert, is a testament to the power of Soulish magic. I know nothing myself of the Great Rift, but if the Great Rift is something of creation, 7 millennia past, the Great Soul collapsed, the Great Soul empires collapsed, some say in a rain of colorless fire. Then perhaps something smaller, some smaller manifestation of their magics. I'm speculating. Mind you, I am no expert in such things, but what I can tell you is that if there are magics that are remnants of the Soul, they will be ancient, and they will be powerful, and they are best left as part of history. Though I recognize that look. Yes, some have found great riches in the ruins of the Soul, but more their doom. He puffs away. So I see then your mind turning to the ruins of the Soul and to orcs lurking in the Thornwood. You are not pursuing the path of a courier, eh?
I think it's fair to say that all of our ambitions are a little above courier duty.
Indeed. Then, what for you next, then? Back to... you mentioned that you arrived with the merchant. Back to Milbourne, and then to whence?
Back to Milbourne. I don't know. Rest of the party, what do you think next?
Well, there's always hunting orcs and goblins. Or we could tail after the Inglorious Bastards and see what we can pick up in their path.
I think the north side of the river and the goblins attacking the farms is a little more prevalent than chasing around in a forest for orcs that we don't know much about.
What are you, some kind of hero?
Well, that's the perception we want to give, right?
Ah, good point.
No? No, but I hate goblins, so
Me too.
Well, fair enough.
the only good goblin is a dead goblin.
Sounds like we're...
If they're all emaciated, then even I can kill them.
Yeah, and I look over at Bergour and Drew, and I'm like, we should probably get you guys some ranged weapons just in case. You guys like to use your axes and hammers and whatnot, and
Tauster's kind of looking over the lot of you, and he says, now, if Druin can't use the shield, Bergour, are you able to use the shield?
Yeah, I'm gonna...
Yeah.
Okay.
Dave
So-
and I were talking about it, that I'm gonna take the shield.
Okay, so then what he, I think what Tauster also says is, forgive my prying nature, but the long swords, you, Rilgo, and your brother, have. And Bergour, your shield. Those are new, are they not?
Yeah.
Found on orcs, in fact. But
Indeed.
they're not made by any means.
Ah, scavenged from their bodies. Curious that they would be carrying such things. There is no sigil, and he gestures at the scrap of paper that Dorman had. There's no sigil on that shield either, is there?
Not of that sort, but there is. And I sort of flip the shield over, and you can see the mark by like one of the handles or something, and point it out.
Ah, he looks at it and he says, "Forgive me, this is not my sort of craft. What am I looking at?"
You're looking at a maker's mark from someone maybe generations ago working for the Parlfreeze.
Indeed.
That's our working theory.
We
And where
believe
would-
the shield to be magical, but we haven't been able to figure out what the magic is yet.
You know the spell to be you know the shield to be magical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We haven't. What was it? A pearl of some kind? We needed.
Yes, I need a pearl in order to cast a spell.
Ah, Dorman, you've mastered the identify incantation then.
Yes, but in practical application, I lack the experience.
It is a simple to cast but difficult to master enchantment. It just so happens that I have mastered that enchantment myself. Yes, I did attend a magical academy at one point. You are correct, Dorman, that there is a valuable component that is consumed in the course of it, but if you wish me to identify, if you know this to be magical and you wish to know the source of the enchantment, I will attempt such an incantation for you, if you can afford the component. That is all I lack.
I'll chip in for that.
I mean, yeah, we could all.
You mean
do
to
that.
say that you'll do it for free?
Well, we'd have to pay for the pearl.
No, but I get that part.
You carried my message to Kuiper. You assisted Kuiper in his task. You delivered news of Jarella to me. This is the least, my humble way of thanking you. As you know, it is a taxing incantation, Dorman, but I'm not dead yet.
It's very generous of you, Tauster. Absolutely, we will put forward. I alone can put forward the cash, and Bergour can, go into his backpack and start digging through.
Just as
split it up.
Dorman can tell you, the incantation is magic is a fickle, and bless you, is a fickle and unpredictable master.
We're gonna have to leave him alone. It's gonna take him most of the day just to do it, to purify it, and then recover from it. So
Correct.
he's gonna
And
need
I will
solid-
need, I will need to study my tomes in order to commit the spell to memory as well.
In that case, I would like to offer to serve as an assistant, just in case anything happens, and if you need attended to during the immediate afterwards or whatnot, to take care of you, since your assistant is missing.
He nods. That would be of great assistance, Dorman. You are yes. You are your offer is accepted. Then, if these old bones are to work such potent magics tomorrow, perhaps I might best leave you to find your accommodations for the evening. Thank you for bringing me news and for keeping me company. I've never been quite as happy to have one of my experiments go awry at the arrival of a friend. So, unless there's anything else you guys want to tell him, he's going to go and get the things prepared. So you guys are going to... It's going to cost you 12.5 GP per character. Is that what I'm seeing?
Well, if we divide it up amongst the 8 characters.
Yeah, I think that's the others would likely chip in for that. If they're getting the benefit of the split of it, I think that you guys can make that call for them.
I am updating the caches now.
Okay.
Okay, done.
Okay. So then, guys, what do you want to do for your evening?
Not go to the tavern.
Yeah.
See if we can find another place to find accommodations in.
There are abandoned houses in here, and remember that this place is under effectively the like supervision or whatever by Squire Marlin. He's that the officious idiot who is acts for Lord Palfrey. This is what Squire Marlin looked like.
Oh yeah, that guy.
So you guys want to be squatters?
That's the guy I was talking about.
Well,
Yeah.
we were last time we were here. Squatting's not so bad.
I think what you guys did is went outside of the gates and found a place to squat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we ask like one of the guardsmen if there's an abandoned building that nobody's using?
Sure. Well, what you find is as you're asking around, what they say is that if you want to make any use of anything within the walls, or technically without the walls, you would need to get the approval of the squire. So if you're intent on like moving here, that's who would be responsible for that. But squatters are not welcome in here, so you would just need to clear it with the squire and perhaps pay some kind of fee. That's what some others have done. Although you're welcome to stay in the what was it called? The Hound and Tails.
I don't want fleas.
Is that the place that you guys were told to avoid?
Yeah, Towser said don't eat the eel pies. And
The whole place gave us a bad vibe when we went in
yeah.
last time. So yeah, let's go talk to the squire about checking up in one of the houses.
Okay. So what you may remember about him is that he's very, very lean, he's very tall, and he's got a really high-pitched, kind of whiny voice. And you were once again met at the door by the same person wearing the crest of the Palfreys on it, and I don't remember what that is offhand right now, so we'll just leave that undescribed. But you make your way up to the door, and who wants to talk to Squire Marlin?
Not it.
Go.
Charismatic bard doesn't want to do. I can keep talking.
Okay, so you speak to the guard. The guard brings the squire out, and he comes out and looks down and says, "You look familiar. Have we met before?"
We have met before, actually.
You were the ones that cashed the credits chip in, yes?
Yes.
No one from Are you here to cash another?
No, we're looking for permission to stay in town overnight, not in the tavern. In one of the since there are several abandoned buildings, we wanted to check in with the local authority before we just moved in.
It's said that you're kind of a respect for proper law and order. It's good to see that some rumors do prove to be true. Allow me to review my records. I'm certain that something can be arranged. So let me just take a look here, guys, at the cost. I don't know if we need to have the full... Unless there's anything else you guys want to talk to this guy about. I don't know if we need to necessarily roleplay out the whole thing. Not the least of which is that is a really annoying voice to do.
5 silver? Sound good. All right, we'll just pay that.
Let me just take a look and see what I think the appropriate cost would be. Because actually the costs are a little bit higher here. Just because it's further away. Let me go. Where are we here? Services. Services. Here we go. Food and lodging. So, lodging. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. So if it's just for the evening, I think that what he would charge you is 6 silver pieces per head. And we'll only count the ways that, like, it'll be 6 silver pieces from each of you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that sounds
Alright.
good.
That's the cost of not getting fleas in this town.
Yeah. Well, and you'll have to make. I mean, like, you know, you'll have to sort of make do in a broken down old place. Fortunately, none of you guys are injured. Dorman, you're going to be free to stay with Tauster, though. He will, you know, because he's going to get up first thing in the morning and start getting ready. So he
Okay,
could.
so I'll do that.
Yeah. All right. So then, guys, unless there's anything else that you want to do, since you are in the safety of the walls of Thermaster, the evening will pass without event. It's not the most comfortable sleep that you've ever had, but it's not the worst. You know, you spread out your beds, and that is it. The next day, we will have Dorman is going to be occupied with assisting Tauster with the preparing for and casting this spell all day, preparing the items and stuff like that. So, what?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and smooth him up enough so that he becomes my teacher.
Okay, yeah, that's a good
He never
call.
level up. So.
Yeah, as a reminder too, we're using the retraining or the training rules. So, like, when you get enough XP to get a new level, you do need to find an NPC higher than your level in your profession or your class in order to train you to get that next level. So those of you who have not yet met someone who can provide that, you might want to keep an eye out for that in the course of the game. So then, what are the rest? What is the rest of the party doing for that day? Oh, let's see Druin's new picture here. That sounds badass. Druin.
Well, somebody needs to let.
Holy shit, that's awesome, Dave. Check that out, guys. Whew. That's super badass.
Somebody needs to let Vasily know that we need to stay an extra day.
You guys had that free day.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't we have to stay one more day on top of that?
Well, see, it was no, because just the day that you have where Vasily will be doing his business stuff. Because you arrived that afternoon, you spent the evening with Tauster. Tauster's going to cast a spell the next day, and then you had that day free anyway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. So I don't think there's anything that I need to do.
Okay. Druin, anything you want to do? Real go?
Is there anybody, a blacksmith or anything in town? No.
I
don't see anything in the picture, but
yeah, I don't think. Let's see here. I think they're.
That's fine. I have one throwing axe. I can just try not to lose it. And
Sure.
I'm gonna go two weapon then.
There is a store. There's
battle axe and hand axe.
Oh yeah, Baranus, a store you can't get weapons from. Let's see here.
There's a sexy store owner.
There's a sexy store owner. Yep. Yeah,
That's right.
I think the place where you can get weaponry would be at Millbourne at the smithy. So you may have to wait till you get back there. I think there's a chance that there might be a merchant in town, but let me just figure out what the chance might be. Let's see here. What is the size? Okay.
Small town.
Yeah, it is a really tiny town. So,
Literally, one horse.
what's the cost of the hand axe?
1 gold piece.
1 gold piece. Okay, so there's not a great chance. Dave, give me a percentile roll.
Was it Pathfinder? I had a axe wielding character that had like 6 axes on him.
That
Hand axes.
I can't remember if it was that or your D&D 5th character. You had a D&D 5th character who carried a bunch of hand axes.
Yes.
I seem to recall something in Pathfinder 2nd Edition. There's axes everywhere. Maybe.
I don't
There
know.
was an Ash character who carried a bunch of hand axes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one.
5 hand axes.
Yeah, I think
That's the one.
the one you're thinking of, Steve, was the one from our Tyranny of Dragons campaign.
Okay.
Yeah, because that would have been
Yeah, that sounds right. Sounds right. Is that D&D 5th?
D&D 5th, yeah.
Because we only played it for like a few times, and that was D&D 5th.
Yeah, we played.
played
Well,
it.
we went about 10 sessions maybe of it, and then I mean that was more me fucking up the campaign more so than the game system itself. But I wasn't super enamored of the game system either. But anyway, so then unless you guys are doing anything else, of interest during the day, then you guys kind of while the day away while Dorman is going to help Towster. Oh, man. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it in Dorman's hands to roll the percentile chance. And it's just, I want, like, as a DM, I want to be like, no, just take it. But, like, it's so satisfying to make use of these old school rules, too, so...
I have a question.
Of course.
May I Astonishing Fortunate if I don't like it?
Of course, but only once. Only one reroll.
Okay. Am I looking for high numbers?
It's a percentile roll, so you want to roll low.
Okay.
So, Towster is able to identify the thing. And I mean, it is a matter of using lots of incense and lots of oils and things like that. Like, there's a huge amount of things. And actually what he ends up doing with the pearl is he grinds it in a mortar and pestle and creates this fine dust with it. And then at the end of all the ablutions and whatever else to purify this stuff, a full day's worth of incantations and, you know, careful writing on little bits of paper to place over it too. He then, you know, kind of blows the powdered pearl out over it. And as it kind of drifts in the air, he casts his spell. And you can see the dust is sort of picked up in this tempest of arcane power and swirling. And there are sigils that begin appearing. I think you only see them very briefly, but he sees it a little more clearly. And as he studies this, he says, huh, curious. Most curious. And then as the dust kind of drifts up, giving off this very faint light, it kind of, at the end of it, explodes out in a gust of kind of wind, knocking things over. And it looks as if he has been physically abused with it, too. He's barely able to breathe at the end of it, too. His breaths are coming in this ragged, gasps. You can hear shaking from inside his chest. It's clear this has taken an awful lot out of him. And he sort of carefully goes up, and he looks up at you, and there's this bit of a wry smile, pained wry smile. And he says, a defensive enchantment. So, guys.
Tell me all about it as you can sit down.
The shield is a +1 shield. So it is a magical shield, a medium shield. So it'll grant a +1 bonus to your AC, and if you use it to strike enemies, it counts as a +1 weapon.
Shield bash.
Yep.
So if you have an axe you use and you find a skeleton, pop it.
Yeah. So that's what you find at the end of the day. So when you guys meet up again to Bergour, you find that you now have an enchanted shield you'll be making use of.
Nice.
Then, with that day completed, then guys, unless there is anything else you wish to do in Thermaster, go ahead and deduct another 6 silver pieces from your loot. You paid for your accommodations a second night. And then early the next morning, you guys can set out. Now, is there anything else you guys wish to do in town? No? No? Any takers? No. Okay, then
Don't think so.
let's talk about our trip back. So, you guys first set out along the river to through the Redwood. And you are about here.
While we're still on the shield for just a moment,
Sure.
does the shield count as an item specifically suited to my character class because I'm a fighter? Because dwarves have this thing where stuff doesn't work quite right for them that's magical unless it's suited to their character class.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have that written down. That you're exempt for weapons, armor, gauntlets, and girdles.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Excellent.
gnomes have it too. It's just like, yeah.
Why can't I have my cake and eat it too? I get the... Oh, what do we got here?
Advanced Dungeons and Dragons is hardcore.
serious old school play.
Yeah.
We're not throwing out any of the weird rules.
No,
that nobody else
absolutely.
plays with.
We are embracing it and then making a decision of whether we want to keep it or break up with it.
Your 20% chance of malfunction only counts for rods, staff, wands, rings, amulets, potions, horns, jewels, and others. Exempt shields, armor, gauntlets, and girdles.
Okay.
And priest items. Priest items are specifically class allowed.
Love it.
Cool.
That means I can make a generous use of my, what do you call it, Encyclopedia Magica, and get you guys tons and tons of great magic items, knowing that you can't just, you won't be able to use them all. Let me do one thing here.
It only fails 20% of the time, so that's
a good chance. Yep, good chance.
Yep.
Whoop. I think I'd take those odds.
I changed my AC. It's up to 4 now.
Okay.
And I'm trying to find the rules for 2-weapon fighting.
They are in the player's handbook. It's basically take -2 for your first attack, -4 for the second, but if you've got an AC bonus, I think it's the reaction bonus, it reduces those penalties by that amount. What's your dexterity?
14?
14. I don't think you've got a modifier.
No.
So it'd be -2 for the primary hand, -4 for the second hand. But it allows you to make 2 attacks in a round.
Right.
I'll double check that again too, but I think that's what the
I think I can also use the I think I also read I can use the offhand as a parry item, but I don't get a missile defense.
Yes, it's yeah, that's I think in the optional rules. +1 parry if you're using the offhand thing as defensive. Okay, so then so I mean a simpler. Well, let's see how that plays out. If we find that you're just constantly missing with it, one of the things there's another old school game that what they do is just give you +1 damage. It's just a simpler, like, you're gonna hit a little more often, so you'll net a +1 damage when you're wielding a second weapon. I'd prefer to keep it with 2 attacks for now, because that's kind of fun. You know, and you're rolling dice more often then too, but we'll see.
That's fine.
Okay, so then, I need to find something here. 1 second here. Uno momento. Go. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Let me quickly check one thing here, guys, and then we'll talk about what happens next. The day moving through the... What I'll let you guys do is tell me what is the trip through the Redwood look like for you guys?
Pretty sure it's going to be tense again because frogs.
Yeah. Who's going to be rolling for surprise today, guys?
I could do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
D12? D10?
Always D10. D10
Okay.
for initiative, D10 for surprise. So, and I can't see it. I got something.
2.
A 2. You guys are surprised. Even Dorman with your +1, you're surprised as well. Interesting.
Well,
Steve, what is your dex bonus for surprise?
My dex bonus is the same for surprise as it is for everything else.
No. There's this is AD&D. It's not all just one bonus.
All right. Okay. Dexterity. Okay. Let's see here. Defense adjustment -1. Reaction adjustment 0.
There you go. Okay, so Zilch. Zilcha. So then. Oh my goodness. I apologize up front.
prepare to start rowing.
Okay. All right, then let me just roll random distance for this. Right, the distance I should have rolled from the outset, guys. I rolled up all the encounters beforehand, like all the chances of encounters. We are doing random encounters. The reason I'm not rolling is I didn't want to spend a bunch of time rolling like K nothing, K nothing, K nothing. I just rolled it ahead of time, figuring that you guys would be going. Oh my gosh, I love it. The encounter distance is set by not only terrain. If no one's surprised, it's set by terrain. If one group is surprised, it's 4d6 feet. If both groups are surprised, it's 3d6 feet.
Ooh, yeah, baby.
Oh.
Up close and personal.
Yeah.
Indeed. You can smell 'em.
Oh, man. Oh, man. All right. So, let me put the sucker out here, and the distance I rolled. Oh boy. All right. So, and did it? No, good. Good. All right. So then, guys, this is about. This is again like later in the day. This is probably about 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the day. The sun has gone well out of your view as you're passing through the Redwood. And what you can see, let's see here, we've got Vasily and, actually let's do this, guys. Let me bring you over to the boat. And I think we need to change up the music a little bit. Something a little more dangerous. Come on. How about this one here? No. How about this one here? Let's see. I like it. So, you guys are traveling along. Let's see what the weather is like today. Setting out along the Redwood. Today's weather is raining rot grubs. That's unfortunate. That's really no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It is rain. Oh, someone give me a percentile check because there's a chance of fog too.
Not it.
Here goes.
No fog. Nice. Okay. So rain is falling down, and it's, I'm sure we can add that to the ambiance as well. Here we go. Dorman's running to the front. Oh my gosh.
Well, we don't know which direction the thing is coming from, right? So.
No, that's
Well,
true.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one with a bow right now, so I probably would take point and watch out for frogs. So.
Okay. Here we go.
This music is very Dune. I like it.
So rain splashing down all around you guys, making the surface of the Churnet River look like a continually roiling, ocean, more so than the steady flowing stream that you guys have found thus far. You're keeping a close eye out for the frogs, the amphibious threat that you heard about before. And what precautions are you guys taking? Like, what are we seeing our heroes look like right now?
Well, Dorman's got his bow out and arrows ready, but
In case we're attacked by like a fire-breathing dragon, I'm drenched in the downpour.
You are? Okay. So, let's see, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Religo will make throaty toad noises in order to try and elicit a response.
see,
Okay.
this is why we're
The
surprised.
giant.
Lure them in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll
Take us
talk
to
to
your
me.
leader.
So,
We're friends.
what you guys can see, like it's very difficult to see even the edge of the river itself. It seems to be shrouded in rain. You certainly can't see far up in there, and even then, because of the surrounding redwood trees, I know, sorry, they're not actual redwoods, but because of the surrounding trees, it's difficult to see much beyond the bank of the river anyway. But the sound continues on, and what happens catches all of you unaware. And I believe we've got... Oh, I need to replace the token here because we've got a different ally here now. Let me quickly replace your token there, Dave. Druin Axebrother. He's got a new clan name too. Love it.
The Hatchetman.
Dave, what is your current AC then?
4, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Same as it used to be, shieldless.
Okay. Boom. Druin Axebrother. There you go.
I weigh less though now.
You do weigh less. Yeah, there you go. So, you guys are standing there. Druin and Bergour and Rilgo, do you guys have any ranged weapons? And if so, have you prepared any of them? Or do you have your melee weapons out?
I have blow darts. Oh, I should have bought some poison. That's what I should have bought. Darn it.
I have my 2 axes out, but I'm not intending on throwing my only hand axe into the water.
Really? No?
Yeah, good. Sploosh. Oh, shit. At 1 GP
Just,
apiece.
you know, put like a tether on them so you can pull them back.
Yeah, Kusari Gama.
Like a rope on the end of the hand axe. So it's like a hand axe of throwing and retrieving after 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Like reel it in.
Yeah, if you're unlucky,
Yeah.
whatever's beneath the water grabs it and pulls you out of the boat.
Okay. So, guys. Let's see here. Then, what happens is a sudden sloshing, and then there's a thrashing. The whole boat jostles to the right as something bursts out of the water and tries to snap. Ooh, I got 2 tasty dwarves to choose from. Rather than me rolling, Arlen and Dave, each of you roll a d6. Whoever rolls higher is the potential snack.
Get the...
Druin. Oh, Druin.
The ruin of Druin.
Then.
I'm so snacky.
Oh, boy. Oh. So I hope this is a miss. I'm gonna use the toxic dice again. I'm not gonna bother rolling initiative because they've surprised, or this thing has surprised you. Smashes out of the water, and what you see, guys, is 1, 2, 3. An enormous eel flashes
pickling
out.
juice.
Should have guessed.
Get your pickling juice out, Dorman. We're making you some eels.
I don't have enough pickling juice for that.
Ooh. So it snaps out, and it successfully bites down on Druin. Druin, what kind of armor are you wearing again? Scale?
Splint.
Okay, so you got DR1 at least. Oh, thank God. So, 7 points of damage. As this thing bites into you. And would you give me a strength check, please?
Is that before the DR1 or
It's before the DR1, yeah.
taking 6?
Yep. Oof. So you cry out as this head that's about the size of your torso chomps down on you, and you feel, oh! It's beginning to crumple in on your armor. Give me a strength check, please. So D20 less than your strength. I take it that's less than your strength?
Yep.
Nice. So this thing, its teeth rake back on you, trying to drag you in, but you put your foot against the side, and it splashes back down into the water, thrashing around. This thing looks like to be about 10 or 12 feet long. Guys, decide what you're doing for the round, and I think, Steve, you're going to be rolling initiative.
Sweet.
So, Hold on. Now, what I need everyone to decide what their action is going to be, and then remember, whatever Steve rolls, you're adding the speed of your action to that. Steve?
Yes?
You need to beat my 2.
2, hey, with the D10, right?
Yep.
Here we go. 10.
So add your speed of whatever your action is to 10. The eel's going first. Okay. So, the eel splashes under... Oh, here, this is not... we need something a little more high tempo for this, so let's... There we go. So, this thing does it want to go for softer targets. Didn't like that? I think it does. Real go.
Yes.
So, Steve and, let's say, John. John, you're rolling for Vasily. Steve, each of you give me a D6 roll. Whoever rolls higher will be the target.
Boop, that's a 1. That's a tie.
Roll again, guys.
Roll off.
2.
Oh!
Yeah! Oh, no. Okay, so Vasily. So the eel splashes underneath, and then you can see it's long... Well, I mean, it's pretty much lost beneath because of the rain falling down. You probably can't see beneath the surface, right? It's all disturbed and whatnot, so... God, I love this kind of weird emergent play shit, because, like, I didn't plan this encounter for one, and I didn't plan for it to be raining either. So I love it. This thing splashes out, and it snaps at Vasily. He probably has an AC of 10, which means this is a hit. Do you guys wish to spend a point of Astonishing Fortune so he doesn't die?
Yeah, we have to get paid for this.
So that is necessary because I would have rolled enough to kill him. So what's the thing that intervenes? What fortune intervenes to keep him alive?
I was going to plan on casting Grace in case somebody got caught in his mouth, and I like maybe hit him with Grease just as the thing bites him and it just slips out of his
No,
grasp.
it's got to be something that it's fortune. It's not an action for you
Drune's
guys.
standing right beside him and saw the thing go under the boat.
Yep.
And at the last second, just like hooks his axe in his cloak and pulls him out of the way.
Okay. Okay. Then let's see here. Next up will be Dorman. Dorman, what are you doing?
Okay. How do the wedge shapes work in AD&D 2nd edition?
How does what work?
The wedge shapes for spells?
You mean
It's
cone?
like well, it says wedge.
It says wedge in it? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it's a cone, right?
What spell is it you're casting?
I'm thinking about casting color spray.
Okay, well, the thing is, you can't think about, you're either casting it or you're not, because you've been preparing that from your round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You don't get to change spell after you roll initiative.
No.
Okay, so you're casting color spray.
Yeah.
It's probably just on the diagonals, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how that works.
What's the length?
It's a 20...
So it's a
5 by
fan-shaped
25.
spray of clashing colors. 5 feet by 20 by 20 wedge, okay?
20 long and 20 deep at the end.
Yeah.
Or 20 long and 20 across.
Yeah, and 5 feet high. Yeah, so it's basically a square...
Was it like a big square?
Yeah.
Or if you go out to here...
So your
out.
character would have known that. I'm assuming, having had the experience with Kuiper before, you're not going to blast all of your allies with color spray, right?
No, I was hoping to... Because these things have eyes, and I was hoping to get it right as, coming out of the water.
It's too, like, broad. It's hitting a 20 by 20 area, so it's just it's not a precise enough spell to just to in these circumstances be able to target just the one.
Okay, so I'll forego my action then if I'm not going to get a shot off.
Okay. Okay, so you begin your incantations, but you don't actually get it off. Next up is Druin and Rilgo.
Can you not change your thing and do an attack at -2 with their bow?
No. He would have had to have free...
That's only if you're going, like, melee to range?
Well, and I'm assuming
I
he
have to have
dropped...
a hand free to do something, so...
Yeah. So he would have had to drop the arrow or drop the bow to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Druin and Rilgo, what do you guys...
I'm casting Cure Light Wounds.
Steve, you might be muted, bud. I'm not sure if I...
Time to start chopping. Here we
Okay.
go. Boom.
Okay.
What's up? I hit an AC of 18. Is that good enough?
That is definitely not
Yeah.
good enough. No.
Oh.
Druin, what are you doing?
I healed myself for the damage that I took last round.
Oh, you're casting a spell. Nice. Okay.
Just a reminder.
I
Nice.
rolled it too.
Okay, so you healed, and yeah, so Steve, yeah, unfortunately, that is a big miss. This thing, it surprised the shit out of you. Okay, then the last is the Bergour. What are you doing, Bergour?
So it's not in range of my battle axe anymore. So what I want to do is basically just grab Vasily and pull him down into the kind of like center of the barge,
Sure.
the safest
Yeah,
area.
there's probably a little, like, a small, tiny little hold kind of area that he could go in.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's what you do. Sure. So he goes stumbling down in there, and he will be out of harm's way for now. Great. That is the end of the round, guys. Then it is initiative time. So Steve, you lost initiative to me last time. So Dave, it's you. Beat my 3. So 3.
1.
1. Nice. Okay. So add your weapons or your speed to that, guys. Unfortunately, these things are really devilishly fast. They have actually a bonus to initiative. So my action is going to be on a 7. All right. So Dorman, you're up first. What are you doing?
Dorman is gonna reach down and grab a weapon, his short sword / cleaver, and he's gonna get right next to the boat and wait for it.
Okay. Well, you can't ready an action because your action is picking up your weapon.
Well, yeah, no, I mean I'm gonna draw it and step forward and
Okay, so you're
in the
stepping
narrative
forward.
get ready.
Yeah, that's fine. Just to be clear, you're not readying an action. Okay, then is Druin. What are you doing?
Druin grabs his holy symbol, does the prayer of Silverbeard, and
Hold on,
Silver
Steve. Just remember, bud. Like you gotta, when we're declaring the initiative order, I need you to do that every round, just like everyone else is doing. Please. Awesome. Because that way I know when you're acting. Druin, sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so Druin's casting Silverbeard. The silver light shines through his hand, and then his beard turns silver, and he's got an AC bonus of 1.
Awesome. Okay. Then it is Steve. Rilgo, what are you doing? Oh, you're muted again.
Slashy.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
And AC 60.
You're moving in the right direction, at least. Okay, then on a 7 is the eel. We now have 5 viable targets. Let me roll randomly here and see who is the tasty treat. That kobold is looking pretty good right now. 1, 2, 3.
Leave my kobold alone.
The bold flavor.
Under what is kobold's armor class?
No, it's 7.
Let's see.
As bad as mine.
So kobold takes 12 points of damage.
Bye, kobold.
Bye,
That's the second
kobold.
time
It is-
you've killed my dog.
Pulled oversight. Okay, what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to make a morale check. It has been fed now, so I'm not sure if it needs to keep
This
fighting.
is why we need hirelings.
Oh, there's always more food, so it's going to keep on fighting. Oh boy. So it chomps on him, swallows him down. Oh, hold on. Actually, no. It's going to be leaving now. It swallows Kobold down, but it is going to be right where I placed it right here for until it acts next. So Bergour, you get an action first.
All right, I'm gonna try to hit it.
Okay.
Reach down his gullet and pull the
That is
kobold
definitely a hit, and this is a large-sized creature, so go ahead and roll your large-sized damage. Oop, I guess you don't oh my gosh! Okay, so watch this. Boom! Big slash along the side of this thing, and this fishy-smelling ichor sprays out across the deck.
I got him good for you, Dorman.
Okay. Now, the question is, will you guys be able to take this thing down before it disappears beneath the surface? So, Dave, you're still winning initiative. So, Dave...
Oh, wait. Was this an even round?
This
Or
is an
odd
even
round?
round.
All right. Second attack.
Here it comes.
Let's go.
We have astonishing fortune. Oh, no, we
Yes!
hit.
Oh yeah.
It's a big hit.
AC 0.
Nasty. Oh.
So, though it has killed this dog, it swallows it down. There's that first big hit, which causes it to rise to the side. You bring your axe up, cleaving this thing's head clean off, but then its gullet and the rest of its body falls back beneath the surface, taking the swallowed dog with it. And you're left with nothing but the pitter-patter of rain on the surface and this eel head sitting in the deck. You hear from beneath the... Well, I guess first off, how does Dorman react?
Well, he's kind of in shock at the moment because that could have been him. So he's got the like, oh no, my dog, and the glad there wasn't me kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
And he just throws his head back and says, "God damn it!"
You hear from beneath the deck Vasily's voice saying, Is it gone?
Oh, it's gone, all right.
All right, so then, boy, oh boy, this is about 4 o'clock. Do you guys wish to carry on? Do you guys wish to berth? I mean, everyone's at full health, it seems, right now, anyway.
Get the hell away from here and these things swimming in the water and get on the beach.
Okay.
Safer with goblins.
What do you guys
Yeah.
It seems like we at least want to get out of the Redwood before we make camp, if we can.
Yeah, I don't want to be camping where there's potentially giant frogs.
I'm gonna have half a mind to like force march it at this point. Let's get the hell out of here.
You should be able to. Well, the issue with the boat is again like it's not super it's not incredibly like nimble, and the issue is sailing at night more so than so what you guys will be able to get to is about here before you, so you can sail out of the Redwood before you make your camp.
Let's do that.
Okay, so you guys make there and you make camp. You can see the lights of farms off in the distance, so you know that you are beyond the Redwood, but the lights are incredibly diffused by the rain. This is not going to be, for a number of reasons, a very pleasant evening.
Did anybody else get hurt?
Well,
Nope.
Cobalt died.
Is anybody wounded currently that is still alive?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Bergour's a little disappointed in all of you, but you
Yeah,
can't heal that with a cleric
Two
spell.
clear strokes.
You
and he
have
died.
a magic shield. That gave you an unfair advantage.
No, those two pretty awesome axe strokes.
Yeah. So, and this is a great example of why I think that the modeling of damage versus small, medium, and versus large is so badass in this. Okay, so then I have news. The rain continues to fall throughout the night, but you do have. Let me turn this intense music down. And get our creepy music back up. Oh, this is the one I want, I think. Yeah, how's everyone... Oh, well, how's everyone's mental state at the end of the day here?
Druin goes and pats
Man.
Dorman on the shoulder.
Yeah, he's sullen and probably going to stay up until late, keeping watch.
Yeah.
I'll say
Understandably.
prayer to my God for your loyal hound.
Yes.
Grant
I
him
see.
entrance to the eternal realms.
At least he got to kill a goblin before he died.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
A good dog.
And the... Boy, I'm glad that didn't happen about a month ago. I've been weeping. Good Lord.
Well, you know, you just gave me an excuse to go buy one of those better dogs in Millbourne.
There you go.
Saddle.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. You had that nice big... what do you call it?
Riding dog.
Yeah. Those because those are warhounds as well.
I think he was just a regular dog, so.
Mm-hmm. So, hold on here.
And I've got the funds for it now.
Yeah, you guys got a bunch of money from that thing, eh?
Yeah. Let's hunt some orcs. If their captains are going to be wearing gold necklaces, like gangsters.
Let's see here.
You know, take their swag and their bling.
Exactly.
Okay, well, you know what, fuck it, let's do this.
Gold
Here.
teeth.
Boom, there's your little campfire, guys. So, let's see here.
Dorman's probably sitting on a rock, keeping watch.
Well, no, you're not keeping watch all night, though, are you?
Well, not all night, but
No, so yeah, just kindly keep your characters where I had them, because I have rolled for who is on watch at this point.
oh no.
So, then, I think, let me see here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. Then, Rilgo, you were... So describe for me, how is it when you are keeping watch?
How do I look when I'm keeping watch? I'm humming softly to myself and just plucking quietly at my loot.
Everyone's trying to sleep. It's like, shut the fuck up!
Damn thing.
So you're, strumming away a lullaby of some kind?
Exactly.
There you
Soothing
go.
music to the rain.
Yeah, your loot's getting wetter and wetter.
It is. Gonna have to
Okay.
stick it in a fire when I get to town.
Stick it in the fire to warm it up.
Exactly.
What could go wrong? Twang! Twang! Okay. So, then, what you... let's see here. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I gotta go to the DM's layer here. Steve, would you kindly give me, because you are the one who's still awake, would you kindly give me a D10 roll? Here it comes.
I also have listen for noises as a skill. 9.
9! Now, listen for noise is what you need to do actively. You need to, spending your all your attention doing that. This is... So you are not surprised. That is interesting. Let's see if these things are...
I'm not surprised. No.
You're not surprised you're not surprised?
Exactly.
I think that sentence is a feedback loop. Feedback, back. So what you can do for me, Steve, is would you kindly give me a wisdom check?
Wisdom, checking wisdom. Here we go. D20. That's a 12, and the wisdom is... Drum roll, please. My wisdom's 11.
11. Oh, no!
Wah.
Wah, wah.
Not so smart.
That is not great. Okay,
I have
so...
average wisdom.
That's actually pretty high, wisdom.
Yeah, it is. It's just not a great... wait, your wisdom is a 12?
11.
11.
Wisdom's 11.
You got 1 point of astonishing fortune left. Do you wish to spend that?
Oh, to see if I can roll less than an 11 with their D20?
Got 7 minutes left. What kind of son of a bitch trying?
Thumbs up from Druin. All right, let's do this.
Send it.
Okay, so
Here we go. Rocking the D20. 12.
It's the worst than rolling
Oh
higher.
man, so it definitely has the yeah. Okay. So then I need to roll quickly here. Oops, shit.
Death is real. No more eel fighting tonight.
Okay. So let me set something up here on the DM screen, and then our DM's layer.
Technically, it's the same thing.
Genius. Genius. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So you were on watch, Steve, when you hear a splash from somewhere, a large, like something large splashing into the water from over in this... Oh, I got to put the right layer here. Over in this direction. What are you doing for this round? We're not going to roll initiative, but we are going to go round per round. And you think it's 2, but your low light vision or infravision rather, you can't see anything. You can see just disturbances on the surface, and you can see the rain coming down.
I didn't see where the noise was coming from. Can you show me again?
Over here.
Ooh, very
Like
close.
somewhere. No, but like that's the direction. Sorry, it's over here, Steve.
Oh, okay. Well, shall I use my active listening in order to listen hard?
Sure, yeah. What's
All right.
the percentage on that?
My listen skill, what is it now? It's detect noise is a 20%.
Go ahead.
All right. Submit. 0 successes.
Okay, so you're straining your ears and you can't quite hear what it is. Let me see here.
I use my lute as an amplifying device.
Okay, cleverly placing your lute to your ear, you hear
Exactly.
the sound of rain hitting your lute.
It's amplified really loud, so you can't hear the oncoming danger.
In fact, yes, you're less. And you die.
Okay. Something approaches.
Oh,
Steve,
shit.
next round, what are you doing?
I'm like, wait, get up, wake up. Everybody up.
Okay.
There's
So
something
you
here.
scream out, wake up, wake up, wake up. What I'll do is just, guys, everyone roll a d10, and we'll see whether you're losing one round to wake up or whether you're just able to get up right away. Dorman's fine. Druin!
He's having
Druin sleepy.
Bergour! So Bergour and
You're
Druin
so sleepy.
are both kind of like, eels! and trying to reach out and grab shit. Dorman is
Dorman's
awake now,
ready
so
for
you'll be able to
revenge.
act next round. Druin and Bergour will not be able to. Let's see here. Then the... Okay, so it'll be the other things get to do an action. Okay. Oops, wrong thing. And... Then it is you guys. So Rilgo and Dorman, what are you guys doing?
Dorman's getting his bow out, and that's probably going to be his turn, but then
Okay.
he's going to start shooting.
Well, you're prone right now.
Okay.
Are you going to get up as well?
Boat, stand up, and
Okay.
get ready next turn.
Okay. Then, so you grab... What I'll say is you can actually grab your... if you got the bow in your hand, you just need to, like, load it. That's fine. Rilgo, what are you doing?
I got the sword out, and we're gonna,
Okay.
get on.
All right. Then it is... Now we will roll initiative, because there's a potential of these things going in. Dorman, you can give me a wisdom check as well, if you've been trying to keep an... Actually, you didn't tell me you were looking, so no. You're getting your arrow out. So until these things reveal themselves, you will not see them. All right, so the next round, guys. Everyone will be able to act this round. Dave is still king of initiative. Oh, my goodness. And Dave, you just need to beat my 9.
Oh, so hard.
7, you guys win. So, add your action to the number.
So for the
I'm acting on a 12.
sleepy dwarves don't get to go though, right?
No, that was last round. You didn't get to do anything. Now you get you're prone. You don't have weapons in your hand, but I'm okay with you sleeping in your armor for right now. Nice, excellent. Thank you, guys. So Druin, you were up first. What are you doing?
Just getting up and getting my weapons.
Okay, you're good. So you grab. What's going on? Then it's Rilgo. What are you doing?
I am looking for the... Can I see the targets?
Give me a wisdom check, please.
Wisdom check and... Boom!
Boom. So, Steve, and I think you're going to be able to point this out to the other guys. What you see making their way, not in the world today, but across the river, 2 enormous frogs.
Fucking frogs.
They are about the size of a fully grown man.
They heard my noises, guys. It worked.
Yes. My
Yeah,
plan.
the noises from yesterday paid off today.
There we go. So, guys, this is, of course, what these things look like. It's about a good size in comparison to that skull as well, too. It's a good size comparison.
Should
So,
have brought more dogs.
disposable dogs. Quick, they'll get full. Send out the whole kennel. Okay, so then it is Dorman's and Bergour's turn. Bergour, I'm guessing, up and getting your weapons ready?
Yep.
Okay. Bergour. Oh, sorry, Dorman. Dorman, what are you doing?
So I can see these things now, right?
Did Rilgo point them out to anyone? Jesus, it almost seems like I'm providing a way to encourage good role-playing, hey? Dorman, give me a wisdom check, please.
Success.
Nice. Yeah, so you've been keeping your keen eyes out, and you can see these two things. They're about 10 feet away from the shore at this point. There's more than enough of them that's exposed. They're going to have a little bit of cover, but there's enough of them exposed for you to be able to have a viable target.
Okay, so the favorable attack rate for shortbow is number 2, but if I move, it's only 1.
Yes, that's
All
right.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to take a pop shot at this guy because I got more of a clear shot.
Yeah, and once you fire, you can't move with a ranged weapon.
Okay, so now I'm going to shoot him.
Shoot him. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Shoot the froggy.
Come on. Oh.
Nice.
Unfortunately, because of the water, you're not clear. It's not clear if you've actually connected with it or not.
Okay.
Okay, so that was a first action. Then they get to go, and then if you have a second shot with your shortbow, you'll have that after this.
Okay.
So they come splashing out onto shore, and that's their entire move. And then it is. Oh, hold on. Their tongues are quite long. I wonder if they can attack.
I was gonna say, do they shoot tongues out like the giant sticky tongues?
Yeah, 3 times the length of their body, so I can shoot something 20 feet away. Oh boy, Vasily. So Vasily and Bergour, I think. Bergour, you're not going to get your shield bonus yet because you're not. I don't think you've quite identified them yet. No one's shouted out where they are.
Pointed it out.
Yeah.
Yep. I did send an arrow at
I miss with 1 at Vasily, and then Bergour, what is your current AC?
Is 4.
It's 4, okay. I miss you too. So you're kind of trying to figure out where everything is, and then there's this massive tongue snaps past you, and you look over, and there is this huge frog that's just come up, dripping with water. And I believe that's the end of the round. So, Dorman, second shot.
Okay. Can I shout out frogs at 4 o'clock as I shoot?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Click, click.
Everyone else shouts out, "What's a clock?"
What's a clock? and why is there? Why are you saying that? There's only 2 of them.
Okay, so then, guys, we will be rolling initiative. Dave is still king of initiative. Dave, beat my 5.
2.
2. Yep, you can beat it. So I'm acting on an 8, guys. Rilgo, you got an action?
Yes, I do.
So enter your initiative, please.
7, there we go.
Yeah, okay, so then first up is Rilgo.
I'm gonna charge in with abandon and with my longsword and try to attack one of these things.
So charge is 1.5 times your move. I think your move is...
Move is 40, right?
20 or 40? Is it 40? Yeah, it's probably 40, so yeah, you're easily able to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you can easily charge in. So you get -2 to your initiative, actually, Steve. So your initiative's a 5 if you're charging. But you do take a -2 to your AC. So you go charging in. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
Okay, won't make a difference to my AC. All right, and I will... Oops, I just accidentally closed my thing. There we go. All right, here we go. And so do I get a bonus to hit?
You get +1, guys?
On
Plus
a
2 to
charge.
hit.
Charge?
In the house rules, it says +2.
+2, there you go. +2 to hit.
+2. Booyah.
One thing that's not in the house rules too, but if you're charging, you can't make use of multiple attacks. It's only 1 attack. That's the...
Okay.
Just like in Ash. That is a hit. Go ahead and roll damage against a large... No, this is medium size. So go ahead and make your attack. Or damage.
All right, no bonus to damage.
No bonus to damage.
Okay.
Here we go.
6.
Oh, big hit, though. That leaves a massive gash along its mottled hide. Okay, then next up is Bergour, Dorman, and Druin all acting simultaneously.
Can I go first?
Sure.
Because if you guys charge in, then you ruin my unless you want to get hit with an arrow.
Well, which one are you firing at? The one that Rilgo's engaged with, or the other one?
No, I'm moving and shooting the other one.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna move 2 squares there, and I'm gonna click
Shoot the
on
other
this
one.
thing.
You got
and
it.
Shoot that one.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, fire. Hopefully this hits.
Come
Like the only
on.
thing I have a bonus hit.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Then next up is Bergour and Druin.
All right. I'm gonna march in. I'm not charging,
Okay.
but I have enough movement to actually make it in, and I've got my shield up and ready now.
Yeah.
Just to be clear. Making an attack. That's not gonna do it. But I've got a second attack later.
Okay. Druin, what are you doing?
I was going to move in as well. Our diagonal is 5 feet.
Every second, yeah, every second one is double.
And I can't move in.
Okay.
So I will...
You can throw a hand axe, can't you?
There's both of them are in melee with someone right now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
And it's in my offhand.
Okay. All right. So that is it for you. These things. Oh boy, these tasty treats have come in so close now. What the heck is going on? Oh, okay. Here we go. So it now, yeah, one of them, its mouth opens up, and rather than its tongue coming out, it's going to try and bite Rilgo. So Rilgo.
No.
Eesh, an 18. So it chomps down on you. Fortunately, you only take 1 point of damage.
Oof, you're
able to pull back fairly quickly. Bergour, you do have your full AC now, so what is your current AC?
It's a 2.
2, holy shit. I rolled an 18. So, that is a hit. However, you only take 2 points of damage, and your DR will apply against this.
All right.
So it chomps on you, but it's very little. It really is more of a wound, like a winding thing than anything. I think that's the end of the round, guys. So top of the round.
Second attack for me.
Oh, second attack. Yes, Bergour, go ahead. Yes, that is definitely a hit.
And that's 5 points of damage.
That is enough to kill this thing.
sweet.
Nice.
What does it look like as you fell the first of these toads? Or frogs?
I think I, chop off an arm with the battle axe, and it kind of goes reeling backwards, spraying blood everywhere.
Yeah. Love it. Okay. So then it is, that is the end of the round, guys. Dave, you are still king of initiative. Beat my 1.
I don't know about that, but...
Yeah. I will be acting on, I believe, a 2. Let me double check to see what the... Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then, guys, what this thing is... You know, let me check one thing in the Player's Handbook. I just want to check one thing, because I'm curious here. I'm curious. Okay. Interesting. So, it appears if you're just moving, you don't take a modifier to your action, to your initiative. It's just whatever you roll for your initiative.
Mm-hmm.
It's attacking. That's really interesting. Okay, so that means this thing's moving. Yeah, it's trying to get the fuck out of there. Rilgo, you get an attack of opportunity.
Sweet. All right. Attacking.
Yeah.
And I hit AC 14.
Okay. Hold on.
It's coming down by 2
Oh
every
my
time.
god.
You'll be able to hit something by Friday next week.
You're swinging wildly at the air. This thing springs into the air and then splashes down, disappearing beneath the what do you call it? The fragmented water with the rain falling on it, and it leaves. So, guys, that is where we will leave our session. Our hero is bloodied. Many amphibians and other river inhabitants defeated, but many things achieved so far. So let's see here, guys. I'm going to count up my XP. I want you to do a personal tally of. So for those who are fighters,
yeah.
Let's see here. So it's 4 plus 7. You guys, it's 9 hit dice of creatures you defeated this session.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's like 500 experience each.
No, hold on. I checked that math
90.
again. 90. Okay, let me see here. Plus that, plus that. Plus the eel. Your eel was... Let's see here. Gigante eel. And Gigante eel's not worth a heck of a lot of XP. That's kind of shitty.
It's sure dead hard.
Yeah, when I saw the, like I rolled a random encounter, and then when I saw the damage it did, I'm like, oh, this is gonna suck. Thank God on Bergour, like the damage, I rolled almost the lowest I possibly could. Not Bergour, on Druin. When he bit Druin, I almost rolled the lowest I could roll. Thank goodness. And then I rolled 12 against Kobold. Okay, so guys, I've got your treasure that you gained from the session. And I got the XP from the treasure, the XP from the things you defeated. Let's see here. 5 plus 175 plus.
Getting close, man.
25 plus. Hold on. And let's see something here.
Does the magic shield count for today, or?
The last thing with the optional rules, you do like in Ash you get XP for magic items, and in original D&D you get or original AD&D you get XP for magic items. Second edition makes XP from loot optional, and I think it makes XP from this optional. But I count XP from loot. Let me just check one thing here. Because I think you actually might, now that you spent, this is the value that comes from spending that money on recovering or paying for the magic items.
Close.
Ooh, not from magic items. The value you get from the magic items is having magic items.
That's still pretty magical.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Pretty valuable.
Yeah. Yeah, it is still. I mean, that is a pretty awesome thing you recovered. Okay, so that's plus 1. Okay, guys, divided by, there's only 4 of you tonight. Holy shit, guys. Guys, you're going to be very pleased with your haul from this evening. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. No, hold on.
I like wow.
I gotta do one thing, because I think I've, only half of the party is, oh shit, yeah, here. Okay, times 1.1. I think everyone has the, oh, hold on. One of you guys does not get the prime rec bonus from your cross class, right?
That's Druin, I think.
My cleric doesn't.
Doesn't, okay. Okay, so hold on here.
Why are you adding that in, or is it?
No, I did. Normally, like, I think because I'm so used to it in our Ash game that everyone has the prime rec bonus on everything. I accidentally well, not accidentally, but I kept that calculated in.
Because the character sheet has a spot for whether or not you're getting the bonus. So if you put in the base, it adds the 10%.
Yikes, guys, my goodness. Okay, so those of you, well, I'll let you guys figure out what your 10% bonus is if you have that. Each of you gets 271 XP from today.
Oh, it's so close.
How close are you?
Oh, 7 experience points away from level 2. Man.
Well,
Well,
hold
you're
on,
a rogue.
Steve.
Do you get bonus experience for gold?
Doesn't a bard? Hold on. Did you get? Because bards get, what is it, half the XP bonus for that the fighters get as well.
Oh?
Hold on. So, Steve, first off, 271 is without the 10% bonus. You would be getting a.
So I plugged it into the program and it's giving me the 10% bonus.
Okay, so you got 290.
1218 I'm sitting at. And 1250. Oh, 1250. Oh, I'm sorry, not 7. No, 1225. That's right. No, it's 1250. Okay, so I'm actually 32 points away. There we go.
32 points away. Okay, then hold on.
Yeah,
There there may be one more thing you get.
I will eat my loot for 30 experience points.
You also get 45 points of XP because of the hit dice of creatures you defeated. That's what bards get. Steve, are you the first? Are you the first person to hit second level?
Ding!
Well,
So
What's up?
But here's the thing.
No, I'm still far off.
You need to find a bard to train with, though.
What?
Yes, that's what I just said.
What?
We've been saying it again. We're using the training rule, so you need to find a bard that's higher level than you to train with.
Guy. Okay. Time to hit the city, boys.
Okay.
Find a bard.
Fuck y'all. I'm out of here. Okay. So and what I will tell you is that knowing what everyone's classes are, I have seeded NPCs around for you guys to be able to have people to train with. The campaign does it in general, but I've also added some to account for your specific classes. So they're out there. You just need to figure out where they are. Because I mean, what fun is there being in a sandbox if you don't have to go wandering around in it? Right. So pretty good. How close is everyone else to dinging?
I just remember that my thief gives me 2 times experience from gold instead of 1 time.
Yes, but it's not the total loot that the party gets, it's what you get personally.
Yeah. So I just got to add an extra, and that only goes to my thief, right, instead of my wizard?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, so 141. So I'm at 1083 out of 1250 for the thief.
Nice. Okay. How about Bergour?
I am at almost 1400 out of 2000.
Oof.
I'm at 1398.
Okay. Nice. Then that's where we will leave you guys on the bank of the Churnet. Whoever, let's see here, where are you in the thing here? I'll leave the water falling as well too to freak out whoever signs in next. So that was great, guys. Jeez, congrats, Steve, for hitting level 2 already. That's pretty great.
Here you go, Steve.
Thank you.
Yeah, well,
Dave, how close?
bards are thieves class, aren't they? So
What's that?
I think bards are thieves class, so they level up quick.
They're rogue class, yes.
They were class, yeah.
Yeah, they do. And I think, geez, Steve, like once you find that trainer, don't you get your first spell at second
He does.
level?
That's correct. Yep.
I
Pretty
recommend
awesome.
the armor spell.
Well, you actually don't get to choose it. I
Oh.
get to choose it because this is AD&D.
Oh, well, if you ever need a spell to cut me from, I have a spell.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
all. Okay. So then, and we also have to roll to see whether you can learn the spells as well, too. That's where the intelligence modifiers come in. Oh, I love AD&D. This is great. Okay, so then, guys, let's call it a session here. We're 20 minutes over, and Arlen's well past midnight at this point. So
No, I can play all night, man. I'm good.
that's because you guys are troopers. I have a pup who's staring at me right now with her Anubis ears, which suggests to me that someone has to go potty. So I am gonna make with our outro here. So let's go to, actually I'll stay on when the guys sign in, or when you guys all sign in on Wednesday. This is what we'll find. Man, that was that was a fun session. I enjoyed that a great deal. I get the sense this is very much what the campaign is going to be. Is you guys kind of wandering around, doing stuff, learning stuff, getting adventures, like Kane from Kung Fu.
Getting new dogs every 3rd session.
I think Druin might have to start charging into battle. Trying to play it like safe and casting my spell and then no, I think I just need to charge into battle, hit something for the first round, then I'm in melee and I can do the 2 attacks the next round.
Yeah. Oh, great. We had we had quite a few folks join us. For those who are listening to us or joining us live, thanks, guys. Arlen, what kind of Steve the Dungeon Master wants to know what kind of headset you use. He loves your audio.
I don't know what type. I'll do some research. And Steve, if you're on the Discord, hit me up
He
there.
is. Yeah, Steve is on the Discord. Yeah.
That's Steve. Yes. That's
Howdy, Brian. Howdy, Nth. And I think, who else is in here? That's everybody.
Me.
Okay, cool. So, for those listening at home, thanks so much for joining us for this, for session, what are we in? Session 5 of The Night Below. We hope you have enjoyed seeing our heroes learn more about the history of Haranshire, meet more people, and gain their first big, we've hit 2, what do you call it? So actually 3 milestones today. We have lost our first hireling. We have recovered our first magic item, and we've had our first ding. So, things are all coming up roses. And dead dogs. Then, until next time, as always, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the session, please don't hesitate to leave a comment in the comment section below, and I will endeavor to reply in a timely fashion. In addition, you can reach me on Twitter at Dungeon Musings. You can reach me by email at dungeonmusings@gmail.com. And you can also find me on the Dungeon Musings Discord. And if you can find a link to the Discord channel or Discord server in the description of the video. We have all of us, actually I can say that now, all of us are on the Discord server as well too. We have channels dedicated to all the different games that we run, as well as a bunch of other channels, including a Find a Group channel and a sort of game channel and discussions about setting up streaming and things like that. So feel free to join us on the Dungeon Musings Discord and join in the chat there. In addition, you'll find a link to something called Heroes Save Villages in the description of the video. That is the charity fundraising campaign we run on the channel. Right now, I have, unfortunately, at the time of recording, it is not updated yet, but I will be updating that presently. So if you go there, you can find there are a bunch of older rewards, but any donations that are made go directly to help SOS Children's Villages International, which is a really awesome organization active in over 130 countries that helps over 80,000 orphan and abandoned children. It provides stable, loving environments in which they can actually grow up and enjoy a childhood. Last year, the generous donors and players of the Dungeon Musings channel raised nearly $4,000 to help these kids, and that's just incredible. As I said, my plan is for the first, so this weekend will be the weekend of January 11 to 2020. I'll be updating the videos, or updating the rewards. So if you are listening contemporaneous to that, then you can be sure to check in and see some of the new rewards that are on offer. Otherwise, if you're listening to this later, then you can go and see which rewards we have on offer. Then, guys, last but not least, certainly not least, I want to thank my brave players. So, Steve, Dave, Arlen, and John, thank you so much for joining me tonight, guys. What a way to wrap up the first full week of 2020. I really feel like every session we get of this campaign is just getting better and better. I can't wait to see where this goes.
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking at times.
That eel was super fucking scary. Well, especially when it had the surprise on you, too. I'm just like, oh my god, we're going to have our first PC death. And we're not even the double digits of sessions yet. So, but that worked out well. And we have the Astonishing Fortune. That's what it's there for. So, awesome. Then I will see you guys back on Wednesday. For those listening at home, we hope to see you back again soon. And until next time, thanks so much for joining us, folks. And we hope the rest of 2020 treats you well. Until we see you again, happy gaming.